that someone was filming and decided to post it, because if not, you know what I would be doing today? I would be so fucking stressed being like, okay, do I have to disrupt my stuff that I have planned to announce that this thing happened to me and let people know that it could happen to them? So thank fucking God for that guy. Like, thank you so
Yeah. And this is why I always say, chat, like, this is not just advice related to TwitchCon or like female streamers getting assaulted or even male streamers getting assaulted. This is just good advice overall. Even if you are unsure how you can help or you don't feel like you can personally be involved or get involved for X, Y, or Z reason, you should always record. You have a phone, you have a smartphone that has, most people who have smartphones, your smartphone actually has really good camera capabilities. So absolutely, absolutely. If you ever can record, please record, because you don't know when your recording will help. And worst case scenario, you have some useless recording. You can just delete it afterward. So, and if it wasn't filmed, a lot of people probably would be denying it. Yeah, yeah. I saw something I wanted to read that was funny. I'm tempted to type Denims for TwitchCon security 2026, but that falsely asserts no one else could have come up with better security ideas, LMFAO. And that's like the thing. It's like, I'm not a security specialist. Okay. I don't even, my understanding of security is about as good as everybody else's. This is just common sense shit. This just feels like common sense shit that every single authorized entrance or exit would be guarded. And that no one would be allowed unless you did your background check, you signed up for the event, or if you're with that creator, they either have to personally come and get you, or they can have an authorized member of their team come and get you. Like, because at that point, then no one can get upset if like S-Fan says, oh yeah, no. I'll send like my manager to go get them. And the manager goes and gets them and they weren't allowed there. That's not, at that point, Twitch is not like at fault. Not legally. I'm just talking like colloquially. I think all of us would be like, damn, if he sent his manager and like if Emaru said, in this specific context, obviously it wouldn't happen in this case because that guy was a total stranger. But if Emaru's manager went and got that guy and she was like, oh, I know this guy. And then she brought him in and then he did that. Twitch could be like, we're really sorry. Like that. We had the manager come and vet him and she said it was okay. And that's the only reason we let him through. You know, if you would like us to change our protocol, we're happy to do so. We thought that this was acceptable. Because then again, this is just, I feel like this is common sense. I feel like this is really common sense. And I don't feel like this would take that much more effort or even like money to like just secure the entrances and exits. Fuzla even said some people in her meet and greet line didn't even sign up for the slot. What the?
so much for doing that.
Is pepper spray allowed? Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure pepper spray is not allowed in California. It's possible that it's... Wait, it might not be allowed in LA. It might be allowed in California. I don't know about the legislation in San Diego. There's a lot of, like mace is not allowed in LA. I'm pretty sure, like, tasers are not allowed. Unless something has changed recently. So, I would be very cautious about telling people to, like, arm themselves because I don't know that that's... Also, yeah, especially in a convention, I don't know that you want to mace someone inside of a closed air, like a closed zone, like inside of a building.
And I would just encourage everyone just to stand the fuck up. Stand up for yourself, stand up for other people. Because if you don't, look what fucking happens, which is crazy because I saw Valkyrie, I saw Pokey, I saw Hassan, I saw Cutie saying, I don't really want to go to TwitchCon because I don't feel safe. And everyone was saying that they were stupid or overreact. Not everyone, but a lot of people. A large portion of people were saying that. And Twitch's response to that was to be like, oh, don't worry, everyone else. We up security. I should have listened to them. Especially because, I mean, a lot of people know stuff like this has happened to me in the past and I just keep going. Like, I'm the kind of person that's like, you know what? I'm not gonna let a shitty person or a shitty thing ruin my life or like what's going on for me, you know what I mean? Fuck it, we ball. So I was like, I'm gonna go anyway. I'm just gonna be smart. I'm gonna pay for security. I'm only gonna do my show. How is someone gonna...
Oh, also I wanted to read this as well. This is also like fucked. Denims, did I tell you about how I emailed Twitch about security months ago and then they gave me a brush off LMAO? I mean, I remember that like last year and the year before when I did 2 different panels, like there was the year last year where I got banned for 30 days for a fucking hummus tier list, for a Habibi tier list. But we were concerned about security, like we were concerned about safety. And the year before that, we were talking about like, you know, being MENA in the current political climate. Because this was, you know, during rising tensions regarding Israel and Palestine. And I mean, I was a little bit concerned. And this staff basically were just like, yeah, there'll be security, don't worry. I was like, you're banned from con? No, I got banned for 30 days because I got brigaded because people insisted that a BB tier list was anti-Semitic because I made fun of Sabra hummus.
Attack me at my show.
I'm more than allowed to go to TwitchCon. I just decided I didn't want to go this year.
I want to do my meet and greet. How the fuck would they get into a meet and greet? It's roped off with security. Nope. Nope. Lesson learned. And also after it happened, Twitch did offer if I wanted some of their Twitch security. I was like, I'm good, bro. But I was lucky enough that Clemens, who's one of my usual security guards, flew out from Austin, Texas this morning to be there with me today. Have to go to lengths like that. And I have 2 other security guards. One of them's Amazon's, but I have my personal security guard that I feel comfortable with is like my main guy. And they said that they like changed security for the show and stuff. But yeah, I'm just done. Like, this is the kind of thing that it's like once you break the trust for something like this, you're never getting it back. I'm sorry, you're just not. Like, it's not like this is the first time that something like this has happened. So like the trust was already kind of broken, and that caused a lot of people not want to come. Like, for example, people were talking about how last year, Nick, NMPLOL, and Wake Wilder got assaulted. A guy literally walked up to Nick on stream and licked his nipple, which again, if that wasn't filmed on.
And also, like, I hate to be the woke of the day on this one, but like, that's sexual assault. Like, just because it's like, oh, it's a funny gag because it's happening to a man, it's like, it's still sexual assault.
Stream, would anything have been done? I don't fucking know. And they didn't even make like an official announcement about it. They didn't reach out to Nick, as far as I know. He was saying that last year. So if they did reach out to him, it was way after the con.
No, it's not even woke even. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I say stuff and people think it's woke. It's also like, I understand where everyone's coming from. Oh my God, ugh, this is gonna sound so pick-me. I'm gonna fucking drink a cup of lava afterwards. But I've seen a lot of people talking about how like the female streamer, and I understand why people are saying this, like female streamers need more protection and security. And it is because like generally speaking, I do feel like female streamers attract more insane people than male streamers do, for sure. And I think that like there's a sense of entitlement that insane people have towards women that they don't necessarily have towards men. So it's like there is a disparity, and I get that, but I don't know how to say this without being a pick-me. The security should be upped for everyone, regardless of whether man or woman, regardless of like gender presentation, right? Like the only person that doesn't need security is like Canute, because like if you're trying to fuck with that guy, I don't know what the fuck you're thinking. Listen, he's just gonna hit you with the, well, what are you doing? And then he's just gonna choke you out immediately. Like that one's fair. Like that one, I get there. Like, bro, you are the security. You don't need security. We are not wasting money on security on your ass. I'd be like, you know what? Legit valid. But I don't know. I do think that like, and again, I do agree that women are disproportionately impacted. Women are disproportionately impacted by the crazy people that like want to assault them. But I think that the security should just be up for everybody. I think all the creators, regardless of gender identity, should feel safe and should feel secure and should feel like there's, that they're being protected by the platform. I think it's just more offensive when it's happening to so many female creators who already have stalkers. Who like actually have stalkers, not chatters taking the Canute thing so seriously. There's always people that are going to take jokes seriously. It is what we got to weed them out, you know. If you took that Canute thing seriously, we got to weed you out, all right? I got to keep only funny chatters in here.
So it's like, did they just not think it was a big deal? Is it because Nick's a guy? Like, hello? I'm supposed to be working on my Runner show right now. I am still doing the show, like I said, because of the production staff worked really hard on it, and the cosplayers involved worked really hard on it, so I still want to do it, but this is going to be my last TwitchCon show. I'm doing it with Baby No Money and Will Neff, so even though we haven't really had time to go over this in practice, it'll be fine. It'll be a shit show, but it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fun.
Listen, the best Twitch shows are always shit shows, okay? It's not pick me, it's just basic human decency and respect. Yeah, I just like, I don't want anyone to be like, you know, it's not, I don't want anyone to perceive it as me being like, you know, women have it hard, but men have it hard too, or some garbage like that. I don't want anyone to be reading into it that way. I just think that Twitch has I feel like people expect Twitch to protect all of its creators, and they just like don't protect any of them.
Lots of talented people working in Twitch production and all that. It's yeah. Anyway, how we feeling, you guys? Yeah, I'm flying home tomorrow, and my security guard's gonna be accompanying me to fly home. But it's just sad, the world that we live in now. Like, to me, I don't even think of myself as like someone that needs to be protected or like someone important, but it's like,
she's mad for believing Twitch. I mean, trusting that your platform will have your back and then being betrayed by that platform is like next level fucked. This is not even remotely similar to what Emmy Rue went through. Let me be very clear. These are not remotely similar, and I plan to say this multiple times in the duration of this story that I'm going to tell, but it's not like I would know anything about that. These are not remotely similar. Her experience was way more terrifying to go through. But the fact that I had a panel that was TwitchCon approved, and I expected Twitch to have my back, and then they just like fed into whatever the fuck people said about it, and they were like, well, it must be anti-Semitic, banned for 30 days. Okay, here we go. These are not remotely similar. What Emery went through was way more terrifying. These are not remotely similar. My experience is not remotely similar to Emery's experience. I am only highlighting one thing and only one thing, which is expecting your platform to have your back and then not having your back at all. It's totally fucked. Like, it's like totally, completely fucked. The breach of trust that you expect one thing and then you get something completely different. It's endemic of Twitch's priorities. Yeah. And again, these are not remotely similar. What Emery went through is unbelievably traumatizing. And the fact that like she could have been seriously harmed. That guy easily could have wanted to fucking kill her. And the craziest part is what happened, and then they just fucking let him go as if he couldn't just go get a knife and come back. Like, let me just say, like, I don't know how she continued doing the rest of that. No, bro, his account was banned for 30 days. Total bullshit. Get banned because you went on Twitch panel is crazy, even though you had I literally had no idea what was happening on the show. I showed up. I was like, okay, well, it's TwitchCon approved, so it's probably fine. Like, I know Twitch will take care of its creators. TwitchCon wouldn't approve a panel that they disagreed with and just get banned for 30 days. Again, these are not remotely similar situations. I was never in physical harm. I've never felt physically harmed at TwitchCon. These are not the same, even a little bit. These are not the same. These are not similar. The only part that I'm comparing is feeling betrayed by your platform. Okay, great. That should be really hard to clip, chimp.
you know, I was talking about how like I wanted to buy a new hamster recently. I was thinking about how if I want to do that on stream, I'd have to hire security to go buy a fucking hamster. And like I said, I spent over $10,000 alone just to come to TwitchCon for security. I've probably spent close to 6 figures total.
Like, let me just say, is it not fucking insane that some guy got up close and personal with Emery, was allowed through, and then got the same ban duration that I did for a tier list? This guy literally sexually assaulted someone, and then he got my ban. Like, hello? What the fuck? Hello?
Going to cons and stuff on security. And again, it's not like this only happens to people of my size. This happens to girls or guys with 50 viewers. What the fuck are they supposed to do? They can't afford that. It's like, you gotta just deal with it, that's another thing. I could have fucking died yesterday. But yeah, obviously, I'm gonna be making my own personal changes going forward. I already have, like, for years, but I'm just really hurt and disappointed by how everything was set up by Twitch and like how it was handled after. Like, honestly, that was upsetting me more and making me more angry last night than everything else. Like, it's like, okay, you know, any person can be walking on the street and get assaulted. Like, yeah, it's fucking horrible. It's fucking horrible. But why do I have to worry about that happening? The convention for the place that I work. I don't know if I'm just talking in circles now. But I don't know, guys. Y'all want to see my fit for the show? Bonnie helped me put it together, and I've got the heels. Show's in fucking 28 minutes. Fuck me. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm just gonna try to have fun. Try to, like, you know, let the cosplayers and people that came to participate in it shine. And then I'm going home. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm trying to remember if I forgot to touch anything.
It kind of just shows how they're completely out of their depth with how to even begin going about security. They should just start off by listening to their streamers, consulting with security enlisted, recommended by their streamers, redesign, redeploy OPSEC from the ground up for all IRL events. And then even then, trust has already been broken. Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest problem is just like Twitch plays like this middle ground that's really bad for both Twitch and creators. So YouTube has a really hands-off policy where they just kind of like don't ever talk to creators, and like it's kind of this amorphous blob. This like you can't. It is a corporation. When you talk about YouTube, you're talking about the corporation that is YouTube. It doesn't feel like there are people there. It's just like this is the corpo, right? And so when Twitch tries to do this thing where they like, we talk to creators, but then they don't listen to their advice, they get like the worst of both worlds where they get flamed because they're pretending to care, but they're not actually enlisting any of the things that their creators are saying they should enlist, or like any of the methods that they think that should be used. You get a hold of YouTube through Twitter campaigns, and even then, not really. Like the only people that get banned off of YouTube are like child predators, and that's it. Everybody else just fucking, it's so hard to get YouTube to do anything. So either they have to go in one direction or another. They either have to be untouchable in the sense that like they just run a really fun event and everything else, like who gives a fuck? You know, it's just the wild, wild west. You know, everyone vouch for themselves, defend themselves. Or they run an event that like actually gets input from creators and actually take the input from creators. Might also be might be an issue of numbers. The only way to get on top of security is by limited the number of attendees. I don't know though, because like Anime Expo is always fucking packed. And I feel like TwitchCon, from the videos I've seen, it hasn't even been packed. Like, if anything, 2021 TwitchCon was like, so it sold out really quickly because it was post-COVID and everyone missed going. And it was so packed in there, and I felt like there weren't security issues the way that there are security issues this year.
I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, this stream fucking sucked. I feel like I'm being forced to do a press conference because it's like, if I don't say these things, no one is going to. And then they're just gonna act like it never happened next year. Great, love it. Remember when I was just a girl in Kansas playing League in my room, and the worst thing that ever happened to me was someone said I was like a boosted whore in chat or something? Wish I could go back to that.
I'm here right now. It's nowhere near what a Comic-Con is. Yeah.
What else? Shout out to my friends, all the people that reached out to me. I remember Lakari in particular was like, yo, Emmy, you need another security guard? I can be there. I'll make sure that I'll keep you safe. Lakari offered to be an extra security guard. I was like, aw, thanks, bro. Yeah, my brain is mush, bro. I'm cooked. But yeah, this was kind of like, I guess you could say like a climax for me in my character development. Cause this year already, I know there's a lot of people that watch me that are kind of similar to me in some regards in terms of being like a more like timid or like glass half full type of person, or like wanting to believe the best in people type of person. I still believe that you can be that way, and I still believe that I'm still that way, but I've definitely come to realize, and I really want everyone to really think about this, you have to stand the fuck up for yourself, for other people, because if you don't, there's a lot of people who are just gonna take the easy, lazy route because it doesn't affect them, so they don't care. Like a lot of the people that were hired to work on this event. And I've been through so many horrible things. I don't want things like this to happen to other people, or at least for it to not be that easy for it to happen to other people. I do feel like it's partially my responsibility. I mean, not to like make sure things don't happen, but to let people know that these kinds of things happen, because they should know. And again, it's crazy that nothing was said about this publicly or to other creators who had similar events as me until there was a viral clip. But yeah, it's been crazy weekend. Crazy fucking weekend. But yeah, I love you guys. I'm not gonna stop streaming. I'm not gonna stop, you know, trying to interact with fans in a safe way. Maybe no more convention streams, which is sad because I love convention streams, but I mean, it is what it is. You can't control the weather, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I just really hope that nothing else happens to anyone else this weekend, that we're not hearing any more terrible stories. And I really feel like the only way to hold people accountable is to show that it's not okay by, for example, like I was saying, creators not going to these events, because a lot of these tickets are sold via meet and greets, like what I was doing. And I really feel like I was treated like cattle or merchandise. Cause why is no one there making sure I'm safe like a person? Why are the security guards joking and laughing and be like, oh, I didn't even see what happened? Ugh, it's crazy, man. I wanna play fucking Mega Bonk, bro. So fucking annoying. So fucking annoying. And yeah, I don't even care if I lose any like opportunities or anything for talking about this, because it's fucking insane. And another thing I've realized is sometimes if you don't say something, no one else is going to. Sometimes you have to be the one that, you know, steps up and starts the conversation. And yeah, like I said, this isn't even the first thing that happened, because my friends Nick and Wake, it happened to them last year. And yeah, maybe just because they're men or something, it wasn't taken seriously, which is fucking insane. But yeah, stay safe, guys. Look out for your friends. You know, if you're here this weekend, you know, stay in groups. And I mean, I would love to know if like other things have happened to other smaller creators and it's just being drowned out because Twitch isn't giving them the same attention that they're giving me. I would love to know, even if it happened in the past, because it's fucking ridiculous. Like, yes, I know these things happen at cons, but when the con literally exists because of your small and big creators, it should not be this kind of an issue where it's like talked about to this extent. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I would love to know. I think you guys should post about it if something happened to you. Like, please do. Oh, I need a minute. Sorry. Give me a sec. But yeah, I'm just very angry. Not just because of what happened to me, but because of what it implies about other people. Because if I wasn't important, there's hundreds of thousands of people that stream on Twitch. Like, I don't know. I genuinely, again, I hate being this kind of person. I genuinely want people to be held accountable and for things to like visibly be changed. But even so, I personally am not going to another TwitchCon. I'm done. 10 years of streaming, I'm done. This is my final TwitchCon. This show will be my final performance. And then I'm going back to streaming video games in my room, in my house that probably has more cameras around it than TwitchCon. But yeah, I hope if this happened to any other creators, you know that you are cared about and people do want to know. And yeah, that was a lot. Sorry guys, I hate the heavy stuff. Really hate the heavy stuff. And I know there's some
Sorry, I love these chatters. These people are like so, like, how much attention seeking can one man engage in, dude? Go to therapy. Very transformative content. It's like, we've been watching it's taken me 2 hours to watch a 40-minute video. I don't know how much more time you want me to add. I'm trying to be not annoying and let her speak. I'm sorry, 2 hours and 40 minutes. That's adding an extra hour and a half to the content is not enough adding. It's like, bro, let me let a woman speak for once, Jesus. Some people at Twitch and Amazon watching right now, please just listen. Like, people aren't saying this for no reason. Like, I feel like you guys don't get it or something. Like, I could have literally been stabbed yesterday. Literally. I don't mean to be dark, and that's why I didn't want to keep saying it, but like, she literally could have died. I really don't. I try to bring some levity to stream as often as I can because the world's depressing enough. But like, she could have died. That guy was there for like 2-3 seconds. If he had any sharp weapon.
Like, I have also seen people asking if I'm like taking any type of legal action. I am pressing charges against the guy with the police. As for anything else, I don't know yet because I've been having my manager handle all of those like side conversations. So I have no idea, but I don't, it's just not okay. But at the bare minimum, I will be pressing charges against the guy that was there, obviously. Like, duh. Yes, sir. I mean, it's also kind of funny. I'm literally doing this in TwitchCon. They just gave me an empty conference room to just fucking dispel everything. But yeah, I really feel like there's a lot of key people that are responsible that need to be held accountable, because clearly there's been multiple points of failure for this to have even happened in the first place. And again, forgive me if I'm just rambling in circles, but I do also want to say, yeah, there's a lot of people that work at Twitch that are lovely, amazing, creative people. It's not them, but there's definitely multiple people that their failure allowed this to happen. Multiple people.
Not even just a weapon, but acid attacks and shit like that too. So many horrific things could have happened. I mean, yeah, there was there have been at least like a handful of instances this year of like women getting killed while live streaming. Or live streamers, like female live streamers getting murdered by like deranged freaks. I'm not even gonna. It was on the news a week ago. Yeah. It's like in both Japan and South Korea. It's not out of the realm of possibility. This goes beyond Twitch. It's like a problem with our social economy at large. I mean, yeah, I think it's just heightened when it comes to Twitch. But like realistically, like this shit happens all day, every day across the globe. Like if you look up how many acid attacks happen a year against women for turning someone down, it's like, it's offensive. It's like, it's insane for starters. And then it's offensive. A streamer was murdered while she was live streaming. Yeah. YouTuber stabbed to death as she live streamed on Tokyo Street. Police in Japan on Friday said Friday that they had arrested a suspect in the fatal stabbing of a YouTuber while she was live streaming. Like, have you ever had a similar creepy situation? I will say, like, being as annoying as I am is kind of like a little bit of a blessing in disguise, because I'm so fucking annoying that no one will ever be obsessed with me. Hopefully. And like it sucks because like I think a lot of mentally unstable people who commit these like violent actions, they will project all of their like wants and desires onto this one person. And that's why they get like super hyper obsessed, and then they get like delusional. And obviously like there are other mental health problems that person is already experiencing. That's why they're already doing that. It's not like, at no point am I trying to say that any of this is like victim blaming at all. Or like I'm not trying to victim blame at all, because like it just so happens that a lot of people that come off as like genuinely caring or really sweet or anything like that, they get fantasies projected onto them. I mean, like Pokey has had stalkers that have like camped outside of her place, outside of her apartment or outside of her housing or whatever. Like so many female streamers that I know have had stalkers. Sweet Anita has had stalkers. So many women have had stalkers. And it's just, it stems from like this, first of all, mental unwellness, like this, it's like a mental health crisis that these people are experiencing. And this has always been the case. Even go farther back to like traditional celebrities, the same thing has happened there, where traditional celebrities, like actors and singers, have had stalkers that also like they just project all of their wants and desires onto this person, and they hallucinate what they think this person wants. And like Pokey's talking about how she's had stalkers who thought that they were dating, and like they'll write letters about like, oh, I can't believe it's our 1-year anniversary, and it's like someone that she's like never even spoken to in her life. Like it's terrifying shit. And it's just like, I think for I mean, I'm not a psychologist, but I think for a lot of the people that are experiencing like mental health crises, they see these particular streamers, especially female streamers, as being like this like lighthouse for them, and this like beacon for them, that they can save them because they're amazing and they're great and they're such kind women, and they would definitely care for them and all this other stuff. And then they like it explodes into something much worse. And I think there's finally been at least a little bit of a benefit to being the most annoying woman I know. I am the most annoying woman I know. I think, yeah, like, I think 39 Daff also deals with this as well, where she's such a cunt, and like, and I mean that lovingly, that I think a lot of people who are mentally unstable see that and they're like, oh, she's such a bitch. She wouldn't want me. She wouldn't save me. She's like a cold-hearted cunt. And so they don't project their fantasies because I don't know if you watched the 39 Daff stream. She just makes fun of everyone. Like literally just like everyone. So there isn't like a lot to project onto. But like God forbid that like you just want to make content. You just want to be fun and you just want to create like a nice fun environment and you don't really want to get like super deep into yourself or your opinions or anything like that. Like you want to provide a stream that's just like fun. Like and you guys know my opinion on this. Like that's why the fact that Ethan Klein is like exposing Hassan's secret girlfriend at a time when so many women are saying that they don't feel safe going to TwitchCon is fucking insane. Like it's actually crazy to me to see so many female streamers say, I don't want to go to TwitchCon because I don't feel safe. And then be like, yeah, just so you guys know, you should, this is who Hassan is dating. It's like, what the fuck? But I'm getting off track. All of that's to say, I think a lot of female streamers who try and like cultivate a warm audience and try and like cultivate a fun space and they don't want to like divulge every single personal detail in their life. Because I'm very pro not divulging every personal detail. I don't think people are owed every personal detail about your life just because you make content. It kind of doesn't matter what content you make. You should just be able to make content and not have to share, again, every single detail about your personal life. And it's so gross that people see streamers and they're like, oh, well, you're not sharing this because you're trying to get people to secretly be obsessed with you. It's like, what the fuck? Or maybe people just don't feel comfortable sharing their personal information on the internet. Maybe just that. And so I think a lot of creators who, you know, they just want to make content, they just want to play games, and they just want to like foster a fun environment. I think, unfortunately, they become kind of like magnets for psychotic freaks, which is like, what a shit situation. You try to make an environment that is like welcoming, and then you also have these sick freaks in there as well. Like, Jesus. Like, it's not quite irony, obviously, but it's just like so fucked. And I will say, I think I've been spared creepy situations, or like I've been spared this stuff just because I'm very annoying and I make all my opinions against my will, by the way. I wish I could hold my tongue a little bit, but I literally fucking can't. I just can't stop fucking being annoying, and I can't not shut the fuck up. I can't shut the fuck up. And I think that detracts a lot of the crazy people. I think that's like a lot of people are just like, ew, the fuck is wrong with her? Ew. Again, I don't want anyone to think that that's me trying to victim blame, even a little bit. I think it's so fucked that like you want to make an environment where you just like play games, or you just speedrun, or you just have a good time with friends, and that some people will take that as an invitation to be psychopaths. It's fucking crazy. Besides better response after the fact, what in reality could be done besides having guards stand even closer to the streamer? I think that, so like Emery kind of talks about it, and like circling back to something that she said earlier, there were people that were like walking in from like the back that weren't allowed to do that didn't have clearance to do that. There were people that were just like walking in without their like getting their passes like validated, that were just cutting the line, being like, yeah, we're with that guy, which is unacceptable. Like there should be a secure area, and there should be like secure entrances and secure exits, and all of them should be guarded. No one should just be able to just like waltz in willy-nilly. You shouldn't be able to just be like, no, I'm with those people, and then just like leave, like, or just go in. Like that's not, yeah, sure. Imagine a stalker being like, this Denims girl can't shut the fuck up. I'm not going to stalk her. I wish stalkers were so easily dispatched. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying like, because I'm so annoying and I don't shut the fuck up and I offend a lot of people with my words, there's not that much that you can project onto me. Like I already, there are so many people immediately that like I dissuade from being interested, or like being interested in projecting their fantasies on me by shitting on like half the animes I've watched. That it's like, she could never be my wife. She didn't even really like Frieren. She didn't think Frieren was the best anime ever. She thinks Code Geass is better than Frieren. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I mean? What? Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't know why my phone was like, I'm going to call some random person on your phone.
The mullet rolls are gone, people.
Open presents. Thank you so much for the 25 gift subs. Thank you. Code Geass is better though, right? Right? Thoughts on Hunter x Hunter? Hunter x Hunter is the best. Okay, this is mildly controversial because there's so many One Piece fans, but in my opinion, Hunter x Hunter is the best shonen anime. Don't get me wrong, you know, like as a Bleach enjoyer, it was my first shonen. It was my favorite shonen for a very long time. As someone who's watched hundreds of episodes of One Piece, it's good. As someone who's watched hundreds of episodes of Naruto, it's good. Like, but Hunter x Hunter is just like, it's just too peak. I'm sorry. It's just too peak. I've watched a lot of shonen. Hunter x Hunter takes the cake. I'm sorry. The pacing is, other than like the last arc in the most recent anime, the pacing is just, and I love the characters are great. And also the power scaling in Hunter x Hunter is better than every other shonen anime I've ever seen. One Piece, it feels like the power scaling is like a little bad, where they do the meme of like everyone is just barely strong enough for every fight. Whereas Hunter x Hunter, it does feel like the power scaling makes sense. It does feel like in instances where someone is weaker, power-wise, they have to think creatively to win. So, I'm sorry. Fights in One Piece don't matter in that sense. I really appreciate Chainsaw Man. I watched a little bit of it. It's not bad. I mean, it's not bad. It's just not like, I think the problem with Chainsaw Man was just like, none of the characters clicked for me. I was just like, yeah, this is okay. Yeah. But also, Chainsaw Man is like, it's more seinen than it is shonen, I feel like. Like, it's... Stop. I'm not asking Siri to do anything. Please stop. Please stop activating Siri, please. I don't even have Siri activated. I don't know why it's activating. It's definitely a seinen. I mean, it's like really dark. I don't know. How autistic are you? I don't know. What's the scale? We're talking from like a scale of loves trains to has too much Tylenol? Like, what are we talking? Anyways, yes. Moving on. Yeah, it's just a fucked situation, I think. Were you an Inuyasha fan? No. I've tried to get into Inuyasha as an adult. It doesn't click, but I think that's just because, like, if you try and watch any old shonen, it doesn't hit as hard. Like, I tried to, like, go back and watch, like, Bleach, and I'm like, this shit is not that good. How did I watch all of this and like it? But, okay, there's, like, 6 more minutes. Let's finish it. Let's finish this.
People, for sure. I don't have any doubt about that, especially because of the fact that they flew out the global head of Amazon to talk to my manager and my security guard today. But yeah, we're gonna do our show with Will and Baby No Money. We're gonna try to have fun. During it, I know a lot of you guys are still mad, but I'd prefer if we could just not talk about it. Just like focus on the show and like the people in the show. Not just be spamming like fuck Twitch or whatever, you know? Yeah, cause like I said, there's a lot of people that worked on the show that had absolutely nothing to do with what happened yesterday. I would like for them to still, you know, be able to have a good show and, you know, feel like people enjoyed it, and that it was fun. Cause I didn't do a lot of work on the show. Like I came up with a lot of the concept, but I only did probably like 1 to 2% of the actual setup and production. So yeah, I don't want to be unfair to those people. Yeah, I have to head over there in like 5 minutes. Ooh, I do have one more thing to say, but just give me a sec. Guys, no one's gonna be mad at me if I go home and play League of Legends at this point, right? Like I fucking deserve it, okay?
Deserving League of Legends is crazy work.
Bonnie said I have a weird mouth tick when I'm stressed. And I feel it. Alright guys, 5 minutes to showtime.
Okay, yeah, I think that's mostly it, but I don't want to miss anything on the off chance. If it's not too disrespectful, let's just speed through the last like minute or two.
Like I said, I'm okay, I'm fine, because I'm not like saying this
she kind of chipmunked now that I put her on 2x.
Like, try to like sound tough or something. I'm genuinely just built different, like I'm used to this shit. I can handle it, I can like go live and do shit after. But there's so many people that like, I would never want this to happen to someone else. Most people are just canceled their show and went home probably, and I don't think anyone would fucking blame them. But yeah, I worry a lot for small creators. Like small creators, even medium-sized creators, who can't afford 1, 2, 3 security guards. comment shit like this. I don't know. Just be safe out there, guys. Try to be smart. Stick with your friends and your group. And, yeah, don't be afraid to talk or ask for help if you ever need stuff. And then as a community, we need to stand up for each other and look out for each other and talk about things when things happen to each other. And the last thing that I want to say is I didn't really get a chance to talk about it because of, all the things that were happening, but I kind of wanted to apologize for some people were talking about the clip of me getting kind of emotional at the end of the RV trip. That shit kind of just slipped out, but there's a lot of things that I haven't wanted to talk about that I think I will probably be talking about when I get home from TwitchCon. So, just want to let you guys know about that. Yeah, thank you guys for the support. And I should probably head over to the getting ready area for the show because I think that the other people in the show are already there getting dressed, so I'm gonna go talk to them. So, Allie, you can put on a BRB, and then soon there should be like a show starting soon. Thing will be like 10 minutes or so, and then showtime. But yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for letting me rant about all this. Yep. Love you guys, and yeah, look out for each other. I'll see you all in 10 minutes. I'm gonna end this here, and then we're gonna go to a BRB. So hopefully some of you guys will watch the show. Bye.
Yeah, it's just like Twitch really desperately needed to not fuck up on this front, and they fucked up real bad. This was like the one, like, I don't know how else to explain this and say this, but like this was the one TwitchCon that they needed to not choke on this. Like, the entire convention could have been so fucking boring and there could have been nothing to do the entire convention. The one thing they needed to do was make sure security was there. Like, they should have just like cut literally every single booth and only had security. Like, that, it was so important that they would do that. And they didn't do it. It was just so, oh, fuck. Did we already cover Amaranth and her abusive husband, Nick Lee, shamelessly, despicably jumping on the Hasanabi train? Dude, they're just like drama farming and clout chasing. I don't care. It's sad and pathetic. I did want to see this. Apparently Taylor Lorenz said that she won't, she's going to upload the full thing on Wednesday on her YouTube, but let's watch what was uploaded so far. It's just the 2 minutes, I think, right now.
And others. Obviously, we saw one Twitch streamer yesterday, Amaru, get assaulted by a male fan. And a lot of streamers have, especially female streamers, have talked about, the danger that they feel from these sort of toxic, I guess, parasocial kind of creeps. What are you guys doing to prioritize safety? Because I know also a bunch of Twitch content creators said that they were too scared to even come to TwitchCon this year, just in case something like what happened yesterday would happen.
The safety of our creators is the top priority. The challenge we face is a challenge in today's society. It's not limited to Twitch. It extends throughout our society. I do think that when you're live streaming, in many ways, since you control your community and you can ban people, you can make it so that those people that you don't want engaging with you and participating with you aren't there. Okay, it's very different. When I use other short form content and people say all sorts of stuff, well, I can't stop that. But when I live stream, they basically don't bother me. Now, what happened yesterday obviously was something that we care deeply about, securing this environment. We're looking very closely at everything that happened there, and I care deeply about Emmy. She's a friend of mine, and so I want to see how we can support her. This is just something we have to keep working on. I think everyone identifies our tools in terms of trust and safety as the leaders in the industry about helping creators, but that means there's always more work to be done because that's the world we live in now.
Demi had posted earlier today that I guess this fan was allowed to cross multiple barriers at TwitchCon. Why should streamers trust Twitch to keep them safe at TwitchCon? Because I feel like simultaneously this has been such a secure event to the point that even like journalists have had struggled. It is very secure, but here's this man that just walks up and is somehow able to bypass all these things. So why should they trust the platform when slip-ups or, issues like this have happened?
Well, I mean, as you know, I think you toured some of what we do in terms of security. The reality is, even as you do a lot in terms of security in today's world, there are challenges that can present themselves, especially when someone is putting.
The problem is if there are any like holes in the security at any point, people will hyper focus on that. The rest of the security could have been perfect, which it doesn't seem like it was, but the rest of the security could have been perfect. If you just like leave the meet and greet wide open, you're going to get criticized for it, right? Because I remember Vegas, the security was like a little too crazy. Like, they were like on my ass being like, you can't hang your TwitchCon badge off of your fanny pack. It has to be around your neck. And I was like, but I don't have the lanyard anymore. And they're like, we don't care. Go back to your hotel and get the lanyard. I'm like, are you serious right now? What the fuck is, it's visible. It's like right here. We don't care. Go fucking get it. And I was like, God damn. Jesus. Y'all really don't play at all. Christ, I didn't know it was that serious. So I literally had to go back to the hotel, get a lanyard, come back so I could be let in. To be fair, it's Vegas. Yeah, I'm saying like they've had conventions that have had serious security, right? And I'm sure certain parts of this most recent TwitchCon had intense security, but like one, the meet and greet seems like the most important place to have security. Obviously, besides the entrances and like having metal detectors and people searching bags. Huh? I don't know what this means. Anyways, what was I saying? But yes, the meet and greet seems like the most important place to have it because that's when people are going to get really up close and personal with the content creators. Like that's when the creators are going to be most at risk of being assaulted. The fact that there wasn't enough security and like the so obviously the most clearly important place to have security is obscene. Again, besides the entrances and exits of the convention center, the meet and greet seems like the second most important place, and then they didn't have enough is such a massive fuck up.
Themselves out there, right? And so, we try to work very closely with each creator about what they want to do and what works for them, right? So I don't want to get into any, specifics or details, but part of that is working with creators and, trying to find them. Right now, we're definitely, ramping it up to make sure creators know that we have the resources there to help them figure out what's right for them.
I guess we'll find out what Emaru has to say when she gets back and when she does her stream and talks about whatever she has to talk about. But personally, I feel like there's a reason she didn't bring up Dan Clancy, and it's because I do genuinely think Dan Clancy is trying to make the platform better, but like not doing a good enough job. Like I do think he has like tried, out of all of the CEOs and out of all the people in power at Twitch, he has done the most in terms of talking to creators and reaching out to creators and doing all of these things. But like how do I explain this? There is so much more that needs to be gutted in Twitch. Everyone's saying he's still a CEO, doesn't understand that it's in his financial incentive and it's in the shareholders' incentive to have an event that does well financially that people want to go to. So that line of attack doesn't even make any sense. Him being a CEO means that he wants people to go to TwitchCon and have a good time and spend money at TwitchCon. I just think that it's the people that they have hired that are chosen to hire other people that are fucked. What makes you think that him talking to creators is anything more than good PR? Well, I think that the way that you talk to the creators and the way that like other creators talk about Dan Clancy is indicative of whether or not Dan Clancy tries. And I feel like most creators who have spoken to Dan Clancy speak positively about their experience with Dan Clancy. And I think like if Emaru wanted to kill shot, she totally could have kill shotted just now and blamed Dan, and she didn't. Again, a lot of creators have personally spoken to Dan Clancy and have had to try and like improve the platform in X, Y, and Z way. I think like, how do I explain this? She can name names if she wants to. I mean, if she's burning as hard as she's burning, which she is. The issue is company-wide, not just the CEO. I don't think she's going to point fingers because if she wants to go legal, I don't think she's going to go legal against Twitch. That seems really counterintuitive. I'm sorry. I don't think she's stupid enough to try and sue Twitch. Suing the platform you're on is like a terrible idea. Look at fucking Dr. Disrespect. It's not a good long-term strategy. I think it's insulting to her intelligence to suggest that she would consider that. But I guess we'll find out on Thursday. Or sorry, not Thursday. I don't know why I said Thursday. Whenever she streams. I don't disagree with CEO is the person responsible for the company. That's where I'm at, where it's like, it is still his job as CEO to ensure that the events go well, to ensure the platform does well. So at the end of the day, the buck stops with him. And the responsibility falls on him. Very America brain to say sue Twitch, yeah. But man, I don't know, because Amazon was involved and they're technically above him. Yeah, sorry, I'm like, he sucks. Don't cope with the mediocrity. I'm personally going to go by the people who've actually spoken with Dan Clancy over some random people who've never spoken to Dan Clancy. And a lot of creators have spoken with Dan Clancy, and a lot of them speak highly about their experience talking to him and feeling like he actually tries to care and tries to implement whatever he can. I'm going to go based on those statements over how I kind of feel about CEOs personally. The reality is that the Twitch staff that was hired at the event clearly didn't give enough of a fuck because they weren't given enough of a memo to care about the safety. It's like, I think it's also like, if you've never planned an event, I think it's hard to understand how many things can go wrong in an event, right? that like you have to be like as the CEO here, he has to be responsible for everything going right in the event, but you also have to delegate. And anyone who's been in a position where they've had to do any amount of like work in planning something, any type of delegating inevitably leads to delegating to the wrong person that doesn't give enough of a fuck. And that's what's happening here. It's like whoever was in charge of security literally didn't give enough of a fuck. Cutie unironically has better security at her events than Twitch. Well, yeah, because Cutie is like so... First of all, Cutie's events don't invite tens of thousands of people. And it's not over the course of like a giant convention center. So it's already a lot easier to manage. And even despite that, during these events, the entire time, she's on comms ensuring everything is going right while hosting, which is generally not the job of someone who's hosting. She literally talks about having extreme OCD. Like, as a fellow type A person, as a fellow OCD haver, although mine is not as debilitating, I would say, because, you know, I can still go on flights and stuff, and there aren't as many ways that it inhibits my experiences and my behaviors. I get the mindset and I get the compulsion where you feel like everything needs to be under control and be done exactly the way that you need it to be done. Cutie works 48 hours a day. Yeah. She's also really paranoid, anxious about shit, hence, since she's been swatted and stalked before, of course, 1 million, billion percent. And so like, and I know that like Cutie struggles with like delegating things because again, the second that you delegate to the wrong, and like, I'm sorry, have we not all done group projects before? You ever give one person a very simple task and they fuck it up anyways? You're like, dude, I'll just fucking do the group project. I'll do most of it. Can you just get 5 pictures? And they can't. And you're like, how? Literally how? And then you take the fall for it because you were the one that was in charge of the group. It's like, I gave a very easy task. It's not my how is it my fucking fault that this person failed this very easy task? Are you fucking kidding me? And it's sort of the same thing that's happening where it's like, I'm going based off of the content creators who I respect, who've spoken with Dan Clancy, who feel like he is trying to create a platform that's better for them. At some point, obviously, he is still responsible because he's the CEO. So he's still responsible for what happens at these events, and that can't be avoided. I don't know that Dan Clancy would have appreciated, and I don't think his shareholders particularly appreciate that the security was laughing about the event. If you think Dan Clancy was okay with Emaru sharing a story about how the security was laughing about the event, you're cooked, your marbles are fried. Why would he want bad PR for Twitch? That makes no fucking sense. It's that when you are in charge of micromanaging every single thing and this shit falls apart because you didn't put enough of a focus and you didn't triple and quadruple and quintuple check it, that's still your fault. If you're in charge and you don't put enough not countermeasures, but like fail safes, it's still your fault. So let's say he hired like 5 different security management companies to improve the security and all of them failed. Again, it's still his fault. It's still his fault because it's his platform, of course. It doesn't mean that he didn't try. It just means it wasn't good enough. You can try as much as you want. If it's not good enough, it's not good enough, right? And currently, it's not good enough, and you need to put a higher priority on this. If that means you have to hire, like, most of your staff to only focus on security, then that's what you have to do. It's ultimately his responsibility. Absolutely, 100%. 1 million percent. Dan should have known that there wasn't security at the meet and greet. Of course, yes. Again, I don't want any of this to... Obviously, again, if you're in charge, you're in charge. But, like... Also, the inherent seasonality of these events makes it so that companies whose business isn't centered around it tend to consider it as a secondary project. Very few workers dedicated to it. Most of the tasks are carried out by people who are told it's not a priority. And this is the other thing. It's like, I think I read about this a little bit earlier, or maybe someone in chat wrote it and I was reading about it elsewhere. But security companies that are hired for like internet celebrities don't really take it seriously. Because it's like, oh, it's just some internet shit. Who cares? And they don't understand, like, the severity of the situation. And they don't understand that, like, it's more serious than they think it is. Because I will say the security at Vegas was very good. Like, I don't know if it's just that the standards for, like, security companies in Vegas are better. Or that they lucked out and got a better company. But the security at Vegas was locked the fuck. It was a little too locked down. It was a little bit too much, okay? They were being a little excessive, honestly. To be quite honest with you, okay? If you have bad security in Vegas, you're dead, yeah. Whereas, like, evidently in San Diego, not enough good security companies. They had to look a little bit harder and find a different company. And that's the other thing too, like, sorry, I don't know why I'm yawning. What was I gonna say? Fuck, I forgot. It's clear some see it as a chill gig. Yeah. We had security for a big event once and they were really rough. It's a thin line. Yeah. Yep. San Diego's probably more used to crowd control, whereas I'd imagine Vegas has more high threat events. Yeah. Fuck you. You made me yawn. Sorry. Moving on. It's just like disappointing for everyone involved. I heard they flew in Amazon head of SEC or the head of security. Oh, I wonder. Oh man, wouldn't that blow dick? You host TwitchCon in Vegas and the security's great and everyone fucking loves it. And even San Diego last year, although there was the NMP situation, I know like there was shit that happens outside the convention, but it's kind of hard to do anything about that. Because it's not like they can just have their security guards roaming outside of the convention center. And then like, oh dude, I would be, if this is what happened, if like Dan got told to shut the fuck up because the Amazon head of security walked in and said, we got this, dude. Clearly you don't know what you're fucking doing. And they fucked it up and then he has to take the fall. That would be, oh my God. If that's what happened, I would be so fucking pissed. That would be so fucked. Oh my God. I don't know how many of you guys have ever had to take the fall in a workplace. Very mold-inducing. Would love an online greater politics fam stream event. Yeah, I do definitely want to do something like that. It's just like, again, event planning is so... I've tried to like plan so many different events and like I need the events to be perfect. So I never end up doing anything because I'm like, no, this isn't good. This isn't good. This isn't good. And that's the other problem too. It's like planning events is not... It's not easy. It is not an easy task. I don't know how Cutie plans as many events as she does. It's not fucking easy. That shit is fucking exhausting. And then people will be like, just delegate. You're not supposed to do everything yourself. And then you delegate and then some fucking piece of shit security team is like laughing about the fact that one of your streamers was assaulted. It's like, I would not want to wake up to this fucking headline and be like, God fucking damn it. And then you're also like, do you think Dan personally runs the fucking Twitter account? Of course not. Of course he doesn't personally run the Twitter account. Of course not. Oh my God, waking up to that fucking Twitter account message, it's like, what the fuck? Cutie hates delegating? Yeah, she delegated last time I checked, or last time I looked into it or whatever, and spoke to her, she said that she only has like 1 or 2 assistants that she trusts to actually do things correctly, which is insane. That's not enough people to run an event, and they do it anyways. But all in all, it doesn't matter because you have to take security seriously, dude. You have to. What would you do if you showed up and saw security not giving a single fuck anywhere? You would make it your top priority. I don't feel good giving Dan Clancy a leash on that. Of course not. Of course not. I'm not saying that. I think the problem is if you ever try and like have a nuanced conversation about anything ever, like half of the people hearing what you're saying think that you're trying to make excuses for someone. And at the end of the day, if you're not cut out for the task, you're not cut out for the task. Like we can have a reasonable opinion where we can say, yeah, I'm going to have to make an assumption that because so many of the Twitch streamers who meet Dan Clancy, they appreciate him and they say that they felt heard, that they're not lying about that because that's an insane thing to lie about. With all of that in mind, and despite all of that, this is still his fuck up because this is still his company that he's in charge of. You can have both of these opinions at the same time. It's really not difficult. Okay. You don't think they would say nice shit about their boss? LOL. Delusional at Denims. I don't even have words. I don't even have words. Famously, Twitch streamers never make fun of Jeff Bezos. Famously, Twitch streamers never make fun of Amazon. Famously, no Twitch streamer has ever made fun of Dan Clancy, ever. Famously, this has never happened in the history of Twitch. No, you're right. I should just be a total chimp and just give you what you want. Dan Clancy is evil. We need to take him down. Let's go revolt, everyone. Get the pitchforks. This is Dan Clancy personally wanted streamers to get assaulted at TwitchCon because it would improve the shareholders' value of Twitch. That's a sentence that makes sense. Come on, dude. Call it incompetence, which is what it actually is. No, the CEO is so evil. Ignore all the streamers that say they like him. It's like, no, it's fucking incompetence. Just call it what it actually fucking is. I don't understand why we're being fucking idiots about this. It's not hard. It's not hard to have a not fucking stupid opinion about what the CEO is in charge of and whether or not he did a good job, whether or not he did a bad job. You guys want like a fucking title that says, Dan Clancy is 100% fucked. He is 830% done. It is over for Dan Clancy. Should I make that my headline so that you can feel Coco meloned out? Is that what should I put the fucking goddamn fruits that are dancing around the screen so you can feel like you can stim. You're like, yes, this is what I'm looking for. I don't want nuanced conversations about incompetence versus evil. Evil. It's so annoying. Just go watch slop if you want to watch slop. No one's stopping you. That would actually help. I know, right? Hanlon's razor is a tough concept. I know. It's like, only if you have the blonde, bald baby. How can they be blonde and bald? In big red letters saying it's over for 5 videos in a row. Yeah. So, as I'm sure many of you guys already have seen, there's like what a shocker, more shootings in this fucking shithole country.
Get your car up and going and then be able to plow through, which I would imagine are some pretty heavy doors, at least from the churches that in my area that I've seen, that it would take some force to be able to actually, you don't want to get wedged, right? And so the person knows I got to be able to maximize the use of force, get myself into that church, and then be able to start firing, knowing also now there's going to be a fire. And I don't think this person was planning at all at some sort of escape route.
And also, to your point, it almost seems as though the gunman would have been somewhat familiar with the church. As you mentioned, you know, the person obviously knew that he could drive through the front doors, you know, and perhaps, like you said, there weren't necessarily stairs that would impede, you know, the travel process of it. But I would imagine that, you know, because of all of that, the gunman did appear to at least be somewhat familiar with the area, even in terms of driving down the street, in terms of the rate of speed, in terms of where, you know, he anticipated the entry point into the church itself before, you know, firing upon the congregants.
Yeah, this took some planning on this individual's part to be able to know that, for example, not having seen the church outside of the pictures that we're seeing of being totally engulfed in flames, where what did the church look like before with relation to the parking lot, with relation to ground entrance doorways and being able to gain access, and then determining that once this person made a decision, I'm going to use my vehicle to gain entrance and then continue on with my wreaking of havoc, that this is going to be the door. That's why I would believe this person probably had been inside that church to know that a particular door, if there are several doors that this person could have chosen at any point to ram with a car, that they chose a specific doorway for to do what they were planning on doing, as opposed to just, hey, there's a door, I'm going to randomly ram it with my car, because they don't know what's on the other side of that door. There could be some sort of barrier that would not have allowed that car, would have immediately stopped it, something within that church. So this tells me that if this person was able to do that, gain access, more than likely with a full tank of gas, because that's another part of utilization of damage, that this person knew what was on the other side of that door and probably had some sort of previous contact, if not a congregant, at least stepped inside that church at least once to get an idea of,
you know,
what was
Scott, I also wanted to ask you this, because as we've been taking live looks at the scene right here, we did see a bomb squad, a vehicle exit. And I have to imagine that there is concern, and we've seen this in previous situations, where eventually there might be multiple scenes, including, you know, at the gunman's residence, you know, and I have to imagine part of the concern is, could there be additional scenes with booby traps and such? You know, or
I like how they're already, it hasn't even been an hour and they're already calling it a left-wing shooter.
That suspect is no longer with us. As I said, it is a 40-year-old male from Burton. During all this incident as well, there was a fire that occurred, and we believe that was deliberately set by the suspect. We do believe that we will find additional victims once we have that scene secure. That fire was just extinguished by the Grand Blanc Township Fire Department within the past hour. So where we go from here is we have investigators. We're going to do search warrants on the suspect's residence. We're going to find out if there was a motive. We're going to go through cell phone records, things like that. We had the FBI, you know, they're devoting 100 agents to this area because, as you can imagine, there's a lot of witnesses that were within the church, and that is a lot of witness information, statements that we have to obtain. So I'd like to thank all the agencies who responded. The City of Grand Blanc, Genesee County, Oakland County Sheriff's Office, Flint Township Police Department, the DNR, the State Police, and the ATF. I will provide additional information for you at 5 p.m., but I am willing to take any questions that you have that I could possibly answer right now.
Chief, can you talk about the kind of the progress of events? Did the suspect set the fire to get back inside of his vehicle and then bring the front door, or did it all happen at the same time?
So from what I understand, and again, this is just a preliminary investigation right now, from what I have been briefed on, is that he rammed the vehicle through the front door, exited, then started firing shots. We are still trying to determine exactly when and where that fire ended up coming from and how it got started. So we believe it was deliberately set, though, by the suspect.
Were they in an active service when this happened?
Yes, the service was active. There was hundreds of people within the church.
Are you sure it's only one suspect at this point, or is it possible other people helped setting the fire? What happened?
Yes, it is one suspect that we know of at this point. We do not believe that there's a threat to the public. We believe that we have the guy who did this.
Andy?
Sir.
Could you comment at all on the severity of the injuries at this time?
We have a couple in critical condition. Like I said, one is deceased. The rest of them are in stable condition.
So a couple, maybe three or two, I'm sorry.
One deceased. The suspect is deceased as well. And then multiple victims are in critical condition. We do believe that we will find some additional victims once we find the area where the fire was.
Any word on the weapon? Yeah.
An assault rifle.
So, as far as ammunition, did he have a lot of ammunition?
That I don't know of.
I'm in awe of this bullshit. Donald Trump tweeting, I've been briefed on the horrendous shooting that took place at the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc, Michigan. The FBI was immediately on the scene and will be leading the federal investigation and providing full support to state and local officials. The suspect is dead, but there is still a lot to learn. This appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians in the United States of America. The Trump administration will keep the public posted, as we always do. In the meantime, pray for the victims and their families. This epidemic of violence in our country must end immediately. Another targeted attack on Christians. You know, I have always said it was going to start with the war on Christmas and it was going to end in violence. Oh, wait, no one's ever fucking said that in their life. In fact, everyone has said, hey, how about some good gun control?
Yeah, and I could get you later. Yeah.
Hi, Bill.
Hey.
Was the suspect known to authorities, and did he have any connection to anyone who was in that church?
Right now, we don't have any of that information, but I'm confident that our investigators, along with...
This was the truck that was driven. Gunmen crashed into Mormon church in Michigan before opening fire and setting it ablaze. And it kind of looks like an F-150. It's hard to tell. With 2 American flags in the truck bed. Yeah, that's a leftist if I've ever seen one. I like how the second any shooting comes out now, Fox News is just immediately like, well, we don't know anything about the shooting at all. We don't know how many people have died. We don't know how many people were shot. We don't actually even know if any bullets were used. But we can say for a fact that it is a leftist. This is definitely a trans-Tifa leftist here to kill all of the Christians. We can tell that for sure. It's like, holy shit, dude. Oh, we're not even doing thoughts and prayers anymore. We've moved past thoughts and prayers as Americans. No more thoughts, no more prayers. Just blame the left.
The FBI, we're going to end up uncovering all that information and provide that at a later time for you.
Chief, to clarify, you said there may be additional victims like inside the church?
Yes, where the fire was. So, and the reason why we can't confirm that just yet is because it was a large fire, and we do believe that there was people up there that were near that fire, and they were unable to get out of the church. So we do believe that we will find additional victims once we're able to search that, once there's no signs of a fire reigniting.
So do you believe that the victims that are still there, they succumbed to fire injuries or gunshots, or you're not sure yet?
That I'm not sure, but I could provide all that information hopefully at 5 p.m.
The shots were fired.
Shots were fired, yes.
And he had no idea how many, though, at this point.
No idea how many at this time. Yeah.
Can you describe the church? Is there like a worship area and then like a gathering space or something like that?
That I have not been in, so I can't tell you the layout.
Kind of describe the process of how things change for tactical response when there's an active fire. Every training I've seen, it's always been a building that has not been on fire. So how do you then deal with an active shooter when you have that situation happening as well?
Well, we are here at Grand Blanc Township, and there's a lot of agencies within the state of Michigan. We are specifically trained to go right to the threat in an active shooter situation. And I'm proud of my guys and the DNR who responded to this scene, who immediately took that suspect out, so there was no additional victims. So it was a great job by our staff.
So it was a law enforcement officer that neutralized the suspect?
Yes, there was 2 law enforcement officers involved. I will be back here at 5 p.m. to give you additional information and hopefully answer some of the questions that you guys went over here today. So, okay. Supervisor Bennett?
So sorry.
Bro, I agree with you, bro. I want bone glue. I don't want this. Have they found any engravings? Yeah, I'm getting word right now that they found engravings that say, the left loves violence and I am the left.
Well, Scott Bennett, Grand Blanc Township Supervisor. Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Bennett, B-E-N-N-E-T-T. First...
yeah, the one bullet said anti-Jesus. Another one said immigrants rule.
Let me say we are heartbroken. And this kind of violence doesn't happen in our community, and we are heartbroken that it came to Grand Blanc Township. And we're going to do everything we can to support the families, the victims, and our community getting through this situation. And it's something that no community ever wants to have. And we're going to do our best to do everything we can. We appreciate the outpouring of support from our elected leaders from both national and state in offering their assistance, and we probably will take them up on their offers. So we appreciate that very much, and we appreciate the community reaching out to us also. So the details are yet to come, as Chief Rennie has said, and we'll wait for a little bit later today when we have the rest of the situation assessed. But it may take a little while to do that. But thank you for all the support, and I'm sure that the families and the victims are going to need that. It's a tragedy that nobody wants to encounter. Thank you.
Chief, before you step out, can you go over the process with family members, where you want them to go, who they should call to get more information?
Yeah, so those family members, they are in a secure area right now. They have been taken over to Trillium, so that's where the FBI will interview them and then release them from there. So
I mean, in terms of anybody who might be at home who is not there and wants to check in to see if their loved one is okay, is there a number or place that you want them to go?
Yes, you could call the Grand Blanc Township Police.
Sorry, apologies. As many other people have already mentioned, calling a Mormon church or like a shooting at a Mormon church, an attack on Christians is so nonsensical because Mormonism does not equal Christianity. This is literally an anti-Mormon crime, probably perpetrated by a hyper-Christian evangelical white nationalist, or equally likely an ex-Mormon, but we don't have any information, so I'm not going to speculate. I'm just saying that, like, it's way more likely that it'd be one of these groups than it would be anything else. I was born and raised Mormon Central Utah. I remember growing up having Baptists come from all over the world, especially in the South, to tell us how Mormons are going to hell. Mormons may as well be Muslims in the eyes of a lot of evangelical Christians. They are not considered Christian among evangelicals. In fact, there's some interesting parallels between Islam and Mormonism and the fact that they both have prophets that come, spelled wrong, but that's okay, after Jesus Christ's existence. I mean, that's one similarity. I don't know if I would compare them more than that. But yeah, no, Mormonism is not Christianity. It's not. And not even like, it's kind of like calling Amish people American. It's like, I mean, I guess not really. They have, like, you know, they live here, but like, I don't even know if you can say that. What are they then? Canadian? Denims is anti-Amish. Amish people's autonomous zone. Yeah. It's like Amish people are totally cut off from American culture in almost every shape, way, and form, to the point where they might be American in name and they live here in America and they have American citizenship. But past that, you can't really compare someone that like fucking lives in the middle of Texas to an Amish person. Like, there's totally different people. It's the same thing with like Christianity and Mormonism. It's like, I mean, not really, no.
Department 810-424-2611. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, you were just listening into a news conference. We heard from the police chief, Bill Rennie, and the supervisor there, Scott Bennett, both talking about the heartbreak that community is facing after 10 people were shot, according to the police chief, including one person that has died. The suspect, they said, has also been killed. The fire that they talked about starting at the church is believed to have been from a 40-year-old male from Burton, Michigan. Again, the suspect was killed. Police saying there is no threat to the community, but they say that this fire is believed to have been started by that individual who also fired shots inside that Latter-day Saints church this morning. A motive is unclear. The police talked about wanting to get cell phone records to understand what...
Saying Mormons aren't Christian is also getting into weird interreligious infighting and making theological arguments. News outlets probably should call Mormons Christians unless they want to take a stance on that infighting. No, I mean, they should. I'm saying my comment is about this fucking Trump tweet that says yet another targeted attack on Christians in the United States of America. Like, or you could just say this was another shooting in our American spaces.
Perhaps was the motivation for somebody to go shoot up a church this morning in Michigan there, Grand Blanc, Michigan. Police describing that he rammed his vehicle through the front door, then exited and started firing shots. They said, again, one suspect is believed to be involved at this time. They don't believe any other people were involved. You can see community members right there on your screen holding each other, smoke billowing from that church where the fire was started. There were multiple victims that the police chief said are in critical condition. At first, when questioned about it, he said a couple in critical condition, but then said there were multiple victims in critical condition. They did recover an assault rifle. They do not know if the suspect was connected to this church in any way. Officials have been speaking out about this. Again, the supervisor there for Grand Blanc, Scott Bennett, saying, first, we are heartbroken, said this kind of violence does not happen in our community. Governor Gretchen Whitmer posted a written statement on social media saying, my heart is breaking for the Grand Blanc community. Violence anywhere, especially in a place of worship, is unacceptable. Quote, I am grateful to the first responders who took action. We will continue to monitor the situation. The police chief, as in many situations like this, acknowledging that they still have a lot of information to comb through, but hoping to have a news conference later this evening at 5 p.m. to hopefully bring the community and the media up to speed on what happened, what was the motivation, and hopefully an update on those victims. Again, just to recount, we're hearing 10 people were victims of gunshots, including one person that has died. The suspect has been killed. I want to bring in Anna Schechter. She joins us by phone. She's the senior coordinating producer for CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. Anna, I know you've been listening in to the news conference, too. A lot of folks had questions. But as in cases like this, we're only a couple of hours removed from when this happened. So a lot still has to be determined. But What did you make of what what the police chief was saying in reference to not knowing if this person was somehow connected to this church?
It's a great point, because that is the big question, is why and motive. So I am hoping at 5 p.m. we're going to learn more. But the fact that multiple victims, 10 gunshot victims transported to local hospitals, I mean, this is a major event during a day of worship, a morning of worship. So we will probably find out that there was some connection between the suspect and this church, and we're just waiting to learn more details.
A number of officials have spoken out about this already. I don't know if you were listening there when we talked about the governor, Gretchen Whitmer, issuing statements. The FBI investigation director, Kash Patel, saying violence in a place of worship is cowardly and a criminal act. Our prayers are with the victims and their families during this terrible tragedy. And then U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi also mentioning that such violence, she says, at a place of worship is heartbreaking and chilling, and asking people to join in with prayers. As far as you can tell, Anna, this is a community back in June, I'm sure you recall, in Wayne, Michigan, that experienced a similar situation. But in that case, one person was shot. The alleged gunman was killed. Talk to us about the impact that something like this has on a community, especially to hear from the supervisor opening up, saying, we are heartbroken. This kind of violence doesn't happen in our community.
Well, it's notable that just 3 months ago this happened, as you mentioned, in Wayne. Now, in that particular instance, it was a domestic violence dispute, and we only learned that later, that the suspect was actually targeting a woman, and it was a domestic violence, essentially, like the worst case scenario, an awful thing that occurred in a very tight-knit community. So that trauma is still being experienced by that community. It's about an hour's drive south of where this has just occurred at this Church of Latter-day Saints. So just really tough few months for this area, and really shocking just the way that this played out. A vehicle rammed into a church during church services. More than 100 people were there worshiping. Then opened fire. Just a horrific morning there. And multiple agencies, as you mentioned, ATF is on the scene, the local FBI, Michigan State Police, the local police have been the lead, and we'll see if that changes if the FBI decides to take over. But at this point, it appears that local and state police are leading this investigation.
And according to the website, the church services start at about 10 o'clock. We understand that today, the Worldwide Church of Latter-day Saints was grieving the death of their prophet, Russell M. Nelson. Now, we are not saying this is linked in any way, but here you have people that were mourning a leader in that church who was over 100 years old. Something like this happening. And also worth mentioning, the police chief saying, we believe we will find additional victims as we continue our investigation, because they believe people were not able to quite get out of that church safely because of that fire. So when you hear that the suspect set fire to the church, how does that impact the response to a shooting like this?
This is such a complex situation for law enforcement to address. Not only you had a shooter, but
what the fuck is this sound?
The fire. It's just sort of everything that could possibly be challenging happened in a very short period of time. We heard that a couple of local police officers were able to get there. They neutralized the suspect, but then essentially the entire building was ablaze. So we very well might hear that there are other injuries from smoke inhalation, burns, that sort of thing. We know at this time 10 gunshot.
Yeah, it's the Rapture chat. It just came a day late.
Victims.
A couple days late.
We don't know at this time how many victims might have been impacted by the fire.
Gunshot.
For everyone saying Mongolian throat singing, yeah. Aliens, yeah. Robots, yeah. Shinji, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Isaac, thank you so much for the 2 months.
Denims is streaming.
Subliminal music turning our children trans and into Dungeons and Dragons. This is all true. Mild rapture. This is true. Yeah, the only concern, chat. Sorry, I was trying to pull up some better resources while I was looking into this to talk about. It's not a conflation if it requires you to disregard their beliefs about themselves and take a position on theological argument from some other Christian groups. Yeah, but you should stay away from calling, even if they call themselves Christians, you should, from a PR perspective, you should stay away from calling them Christians, because then evangelical Christians will be pissed off. It's better to call them Mormons.
Hassan's hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
Than it is to call them Christians. Like, you underestimate the rage of evangelical Christians in this country. Like, even if you just go to fucking Christianity.com, you'll see, like, tips on sharing the gospel with Mormons. Don't assume they're all alike or believe the same doctrines. Resist the urge to tell them what they believe, even if you are an expert. For example, many well-meaning Christians quickly point out to their LDS counterpoints that Mormons are not saved because they believe in a different Jesus. Like, they don't. Evangelical Christians in this country are fucking crazy. They're actually fucking insane. So, like, it's better to just call them Mormons, and it's better to just call it a Mormon church. Because if you call them Christians, then the evangelical Christians will be pissed. And if you don't call them Christians, then the Mormons will be pissed. So you just stay away from either. Evangelical Christians are crazy everywhere, to be fair. That's true, actually. That is true. To be fair, though, it does depend on the narrative being crafted. Evangelicals will set that aside. However, if the narrative helps for their cause, like abortion or Reagan, they'll set aside disagreements to gain power. Now, that's also true, yeah. I agree with you that the Trump used used that terminology cynically. And I agree evangelicals don't consider Mormons to be Christian. I'm just offering information about something I happen to know vastly more about than most of your chat. More than, like, the person who said that they grew up Mormon and have had evangelical Christians tell them that they're not Christian. It's not a comment on whether or not Mormons think that they're Christian. It's a comment about whether or not other people think that they're Christian, right? In the same way that, like, Dave Rubin will call himself, what is it? Not an old school Democrat or liberal. What's a traditional liberal? What's the term? A classical liberal. Like, it doesn't matter how many times Dave Rubin calls himself a classical liberal. No one's buying what he's fucking selling, dude. Dave really fell off. That's true, actually. That's true. That's true. All right. Also, Barbara, thank you so much for the Prime. Margot, thank you so much for the gift sub. Remember, chat, this is the only time to sub. If you don't sub right now, both of my cats will explode. Okay? It's not my rules, it's Twitch's rules. That's what Twitch said that they would do. Yeah. That's just what Twitch said that they would do. I begged, I pleaded with them, and they said no. That's what they said. Don't look at me. Don't fucking look at me.
Denims is
Thank you,
streaming.
Queen. Thank you. Thank you, Queen. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Contraman, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Vasastar, thank you so much for the Prime. Pika, thank you so much for the 2 months.
Hassan's hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
Doctor, thank you so much for the Prime. Pifaso, thank you so much for the Prime. Kaizuko, thank you so much. Urzoku, thank you for the 13 months. Rem, thank you for the 28 months. Thank you. That's evil. I know. That's what I told them. They're like, yeah, too bad. You got to sub to stop the evil.
Hassan's hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
Rem, thank you for the 6 months in advance. Thank you. Miami, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Everyone's ranker, thank you so much for the 5. Peter Cup, thank you for the gift sub. Or sorry, the 29 months. Thank you. I love the sarcastic H3 sound clips. I only wanted to debut that one. He's just trying to fuck me in the ass for one day, but people liked it too much. So now I'm like having to consider if I want to bring it back. You have to sub to start the evil. Are you a Christian pastor now? Yeah. Dude, evangelical Christians are so crazy. They're like scary to me. Dude, Kenneth Copeland scares me.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercials so that you can fly in luxury?
The evil music.
How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business, but...
Isn't it the business of your donors?
Listen, I paid. The airplane that we have that I bought from Tyler Perry, and I didn't pay anywhere. Tyler's one of the greatest guys. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it. I love your eyes.
Again, getting back to the...
He's literally a fucking demon! Like, he's actually a demon. Like, it's actually a skin suit. Have you guys watched that one show, The Strain, with the Strigoi? He is a Strigoi.
Hassan's hot. I'm gonna fuck him.
Dude, Ethan, now is not the time. Fox, thank you for the 8 months. Phantom, thank you for the 7 months. Amanda, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you guys so much. He's literally like...
Denims is streaming.
Yeah, this guy is like...
Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord. COVID-19, 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 COVID-19. I'll blow the wind of God from the state of Washington to the state of Maine to Brownsville, Texas, and the tip of Florida. Today, we speak to this atmosphere. Today, burn this thing. This virus hates heat. You just burn this thing. Burn, burn. I call for a supernatural heat wave straight out of hell. Burn, burn. COVID-19, 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 COVID-19.
Like, he is demonic. He is fucking demonic. Like, he is a false prophet.
You don't do it. You don't do it. You don't do it. You get out of here. Now. Burn. You don't do it. You don't do it. You don't do it. You get out of here. Burn this thing. COVID-19. 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 I'll blow the wind of... You are destroyed forever, and you'll never be back.
He looks like the Ferengi from Star Trek. That's too nice. He looks like a fucking plantation owner.
Hassan's hot. I'm gonna fuck him.
It's very weird to say right now, Ethan. But, I mean, whatever makes you happy, I guess, all right? Coolish, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you.
Denims is definitely top 5.
That's actually true. That is factually correct. God. Yeah, but I don't think we really have much more information on this shooter right now. I'm just like, the biggest problem that I have right now with like all of these shootings is the second that the shooting gets published, the second that any of this information gets published, we don't get any gun reform. We don't get any improved mental health care. We don't get any of this shit. We just get the shooter is a liberal and we need to crack down on more leftist speech. And it's so obscene too, because I don't know if you guys saw, there was like this list of like un-American speech and un-American speakers in the US. And it was like actually so dystopian. Like, you know who was fucking on that list? Hakeem Jeffries, for saying that like freedom of speech is important or something so fucking milquetoast. Let me see if I can find it.
People in critical condition, 1 dead, and the rest were taken to area hospitals.
You know, it's interesting, too, that assuming this is the shooter's home, think about this. Within a very short period of time, the police did obtain some kind of search warrant to get into the... Cops just can't walk into anybody's house. They've got to get a search warrant. But before they can get a search warrant, they've got to have at least enough evidence to convince a judge to sign a piece of paper, that search warrant, that would allow them to go. So where the cops got this information so quickly, you got to give them some credit. Oh, yes. Now, we don't know if the gun was recovered because the guns will give a lot of information, potentially. We don't know if one of the parishioners that were in the service, if they knew the shooter, that would also give the cops a lot of information. We don't know if there's any identifications on the shooter, that maybe some note or something. Now, obviously, the shooter is dead. Maybe he had a wallet, which would give him an address. Good piece of information there. But nevertheless, you still have to go and get that information, type it up. They don't type it up anymore. It's all done electronically. They call a judge, judge signs it, and they're off. So this happens at a very quick, but you got to give the police and the law enforcement, the first responders, some credit for doing that. And that's probably why they wanted us. They secured the area very, very quickly, got the people out of that church, and so that they, now we're talking, and we understand the FBI has been brought in very quickly, and more agents will be brought so they can gather more information. But obviously, going to the shooter's house and the search warrant would say they want anything related to electronic devices, cell phones, etc. in that house. And they're going to do, assuming this is the shooter's house, they're going to do a complete search of that shooter's house to try to find out the major question. Why?
Yeah, I agree with everyone else calling him a fucking ESPN caster. He's like making me anxious the way that he's talking about it.
This guy do it.
Yeah, the sad reality, Charlie, is that officers...
Cops doing the bare minimum and he's sucking them off. I mean, they literally applauded the cops for doing nothing. Capturing the alleged Charlie Kirk shooter. They were like, thank you to the cops who worked so hard and tirelessly when they picked up that phone call to get the guy that turned himself in.
Are trained for this. This isn't the first time this is carried out in this area. You know, we had...
But you have to understand, for like cops, this is a big deal, okay? Usually, you tell them that someone stole something and they're like, okay, what do you want us to fucking do about it?
We had MSU, we had the splash pad shooting in Rochester Hills, all occurring within the last few years here in the area. So we do know that they have a plan in place, and unfortunately, for better or worse, they carry that out in this case very quickly, as you mentioned. And who knows, that vehicle could have given some information, the one that they rammed into the truck, or I mean to the church, and then they could have gleaned where this person lives and get out to that place.
The license plate numbers, etc. There's a lot of things that the police are digesting. The other thing, too, is give some credit to the police officers. They did a press conference relatively quickly after and gave us a lot of information. And I remember on the Michigan State shooting, I was actually on my way on that scene, but there were a lot of misinformation being spread on social media, etc., that really was not good. I don't see it at this point in time from my vantage, but the police seem to have this under control, at least pretty well, pretty quickly. And when they said there's no threat to the public, that's a big deal. Because people around there, this is a tight-knit community. We just talked to one of the residents. They know people. People were down in Detroit, nurses that knew people that went to this church, and they left the football game to come here to try to help. Why? In part because they're nurses, yes, but because this is their community. And they're going to do everything they can to help people in their community, where the entire eyes of the country, including a statement by the President of the United States, came out and talked about this. So everyone's watching this right now. Give the law authorities their due it. There's the suspect. There's a statement from the president.
Yeah, I'll read the full thing. I have it here. I've been briefed by the horrendous shooting that took place in the Church of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc, Michigan. The FBI was immediately on scene and will be leading the federal investigation and providing full support to state and local officials.
Trust me, Denim, football game is big shit around here. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's supposed to be a big deal that they left the football game. Meanwhile, me as like a sports anti-fan, like this sports anti-fan, I'm like, so why the fuck would you stay at a football game? It's boring as shit.
Rather, the suspect is dead. There's still a lot to learn. It appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians in the United States of America. The Trump administration will keep the public posted, as we always do. In the meantime, pray for the victims and their families. This epidemic of violence in our country must end immediately. End quote. That was just moments after we had learned, what had taken place. So that the response has been immediate. It's been swift. He's not the only one responding. I know the governor of our state, Governor Whitmer, issued another statement saying, "My heart is breaking for the Grand Blanc community. Violence anywhere, especially in a place of worship, is unacceptable. I'm grateful for the first responders who took action quickly. We will continue to monitor this situation and hold the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc close." End quote. Yeah, and obviously this all taking place as hundreds of people set out to worship this morning. A beautiful Sunday morning, doing what they typically do. I've got another statement to read to you, this one from the Oakland County prosecutor. Americans have a right to feel safe at church. My heart goes out to the victims of the tragic shooting at Grand Blanc's LDS Church. But sympathy is not enough. Gun violence is a public health crisis. We have an obligation to find solutions to this deadly problem so that everyone can be safe at church, school, and other public places. And again, that speaks to what we've seen in recent years, just in our area alone, let alone the rest of the country. Still so much happening. Obviously we have the situation playing out.
Saying a mass shooting is unacceptable seems weird. Like, yeah, everyone knows that. Who the fuck are you telling this to? Well, the problem is that they can't say anything else, because if they say anything else, they might actually propose a solution, to stop the gun violence.
Of the church where Ingrid Kelly is, and the ongoing efforts to find out more information about the shooter presumably where Camille is, just, what was it, 15, 18 minutes away from the church itself out in Berkeley.
Very close area. People know everyone in both these cities. I'm assuming that I've been out there at some point in time, but it's been a little while. But from what I remember, very nice, but very close-knit community. All right, we're taking live look.
Sorry, this chat message is taking me out. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Check out my daily streams. I do it every day at 2 p.m. Eastern, about 7.5 hours. I even read chat. You should check that out. This fucking chat message is taking me out, man. Oh, fuck me, dude. All right.
Victims, one person deceased.
Wait, no, not this.
And possibly
live
other
pictures right now. Just trying to set up. This is still back to as Dave Spencer mentioned, there's two scenes now besides the church. This is obviously the church where the fire personnel are there. You can still see a little smoke in the area.
Right.
Actually, maybe a little more smoke than we just saw before. And these big fires that we've been to many times, yes, they can get the major part of the fire out, but there's still smoke.
You guys are making me hear the fucking Sam Cedar.
There's still hot spots, as they call it, where the fire can start again. So the fire personnel will...
No way to prevent this, says the only nation where this routinely happens. Oh, man, if there was only a way to stop mass shootings. Ugh. But nobody else has figured it out. No one else, no other country has ever figured it out. Every single country also has this same exact problem. Where just every day there's another fucking mass shooting. Yeah, it's just so crazy. It's almost like other countries control it somehow. They like control the gun violence. They control like the guns. They have some type of like gun control, if you will.
Not leave the scene for quite a while. Although the major part of that fire where flames were shooting...
Sorry, I might just be being a hysterical woman. My apologies if that's what was happening.
The roof that could be seen, the black smoke for miles on ice.
Why did he say black with a fucking hard R?
75, just a horrendous. They call it fully engulfed, and it usually means that it's going to be a total loss. Now, what kind of evidence may have been lost for that? We don't know. Hopefully, there are no victims in there, although the chief in the press conference we heard an hour or so ago said that he does expect that there may be more victims, and that's another issue and certainly a tragedy that they're going to have to get into. Likely we'll get more information on the number of victims at a 5 o'clock press conference.
Yeah, we do know that there's also a reunification center that's taking place for anybody who was separated from a loved one. They're asked to go there, and we were there for a minute, but out of respect for those who are grieving and maybe getting some terrible news at the moment, we're asked to not get too up close and personal with that, and you could understand that reasoning there, which is why we decided to instead pursue what was happening over in Burton as they execute the search warrants. They're hoping to learn more, possibly from neighbors and from other people that might be in the area that could shed some light on what was happening with him. We know we have Ingrid Kelly standing by now to see if there's any updates from the scene of the church. Ingrid.
Actively out here just talking to people, and I actually met up with Tara Howard, a resident who I found just patiently waiting in her car. Unfortunately,
maybe I
can't get home right now. Miss Howard, talk to us about your feelings and what you know about the church.
I don't know much about the church. I just know that it's in my area. It's a place that I walk around occasionally for exercise. As far as me not being able to get home, I mean, this is just something you don't expect to see in person. You hear and read about things in the news, but to have it in your front yard, in your backyard, like right across the street from where you live, and not be able to get home because of the destruction that's going on, it's just...
Talk to me. You were in church.
Dude, what the fuck? Tell me what you know. Nothing. Continuing.
Your church at the time. Talk to me about how you were notified.
We have a number of police officers and things at our church, and they received a notice that there was an active shooting in the area, and we immediately went on protective mode, lockdown situation. And I was coming home, thinking that's it, something I'll see or read on the news. And as I'm coming home, I could see like the black cloud just hovering over my neighborhood. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's right in my neighborhood. And then I get to the street and can't get home. Can't get home.
Wow.
So.
And I understand you work for the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office. You've already talked to work.
I have, yep. And I talked to my boss to let her know. I don't know if I'll be in because I can't get home to change clothes. I can't get my work equipment or anything. So she just said to let her know if I need anything. They'll support me 100%. But this is just different.
Yeah.
You don't expect it.
Exactly. And again, so close to home in your neighborhood and everything like that. What do you know about this church?
Not much. I haven't been here that many years, so I'm not too familiar.
But there's community events there, peaceful environment. You've never seen anything destructive there?
Never anything destructive. Never heard anything destructive. Neighborhood is so super quiet. You don't hear anything. Maybe a dog barking every now and then, but you don't hear anything.
Yeah. Again, just when you look around at the number that's massive. Charlie, go ahead.
Well, I just want to ask Miss Howard, if you could, just give us a little idea.
His POV makes it seem like the cameraman is Mr. Howard.
Idea of Grand Blanc. What kind of city is it? Do people know everybody? Is this a popular church? And then also, well, let's just go that, and then I have one more follow-up.
So Charlie Langton, he just would like to ask you, talk to us about Grand Blanc. What is it like? What type of community is this? And again, just this sense of community.
Oh, there's a serious sense of community here. The Grand Blanc High School has a lot of events going on a lot of times. Just at the corner, you'll see a number of vendors and different activities going on in the neighborhood. I do see activity at the church as far as people dropping their kids off. I believe there's a daycare there or something of the sort in the mornings. But other than that, quiet community. You don't hear anything. Nice place to just get home and relax and just live life.
And what's your second question, Charlie?
Yeah, does she know anything about Burton, where the gunman, the shooter, apparently lives? What about Burton?
So in the press conference, the chief said that the shooter, the alleged shooter, is a 40-year-old person from Burton. What can you tell us about that area?
I'm not too familiar with Burton. I do believe I have some friends that still live out that way, but I've never heard anything bad about any of the surrounding areas, to be exact, and especially something to this magnitude. You just don't expect it to be in your face.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely does give you pause when you see something like this.
But try one more question, Ingrid. Does she
I hate this guy.
I'm worried. I mean, is she going to do anything?
Leave her alone. Get a job.
Differently because of the shooting.
So, and then one last question. We were wondering, do you plan to beef up security at your home based on this incident?
My home is pretty secure. What can you do? You do as much as you can. You secure as much as you can. Security alarm system, dogs, cameras, whatever. What can you do? What can the church do aside of locking the door behind each and every?
It does appear as though our Fox 2 Detroit coverage has frozen, at least momentarily, for that. So we are going to take this opportunity to step away for a brief break, continuing our coverage of this breaking news after that. Stay with us.
They buttoned her, dude. She got raptured in that fucking moment, actually. They were like, dude, she's not blaming Antifa. Get her off the fucking air. What the hell? Get her off the air now. What the fuck? Denims, I think we need to take a good, hard look at giving Israel another $1 billion. I know I disagree with chat a lot, but I think you guys finally said something that I agree with. Yeah. I think it's a good time to do that, actually. I think it's a good time to do that. Yeah, I think that's good. That would be good. They were afraid with the what can you do angle, she might lead to the following question: what can we do about gun violence? They call Burton Burtucky. Oh, my fucking God. The older I get, the less I can watch CNN over even Fox News. Because CNN just they pretend to not be corrupt pieces of shit. Whereas at least on Fox News, there's no pretending. It's just, we're going to be fucking insane and you're going to watch. And it's like, Okay, I guess. Denim's real question is churches are public events, places. Why don't they have security? I mean, why don't churches have security? Great question. You know, honestly, I think it's usually because the people that go to churches are 50% hog. But mostly because it's a fucking church. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know. Some churches actually do have armed security, but those are like mega churches that bring like micro celebrities. Also, what kind of security is going to keep an F-450 from running into it? Yeah. Yeah. I think there might also be a little bit of like religious, oh, well, God will save us in the church. Wait. All right. We still don't have any more information on this shooter yet. We just know that he's a 40-year-old man. That's it. That's so far, that's all we know, really. But I will keep it, I'll be tracking the situation. But before we get to that, or while we're waiting on more information there,
I'm Mr. Beat, and I swear this isn't rage bait. It's just a video about Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson was a rapist and a slaver. He was a fine writer, and some of his writings should be remembered.
Was Thomas Jefferson the father of one of his slaves' children? Or did he lead a society directly on a path toward feminism? Was he a deeply racist slave owner? Or did he believe that all men were created equal and that slavery was bad actually and that it should end? Was he an atheist? Or was he a huge fan of Jesus Christ? Was he an aristocrat who defended hierarchies? Or was he a big reason why hierarchies got destroyed in the United States? Did he not want most people voting? Or was he single-handedly the person most responsible for the rise of democracy in America? Was he, as this dude named Alexander put it, one of those men who, when he is not pulling down, is employed in building up nothing? Or was he one of the greatest presidents of all time? Yes. The answer to all those questions is yes. Well, there's little evidence to prove that he's an atheist, although he often got called that. I'm here at Monticello, one of the most beautiful places on earth, honestly. I'm here because this is the absolute best place to learn about the third president of the United States. They don't hide all the shady stuff. In fact, they seem to embrace the controversy here. Thomas Jefferson did horrible things and had horrible views. But he was also ahead of his time. He was ahead of his time. That's from the chorus of the song I wrote about him. I'm not just going crazy. He's one of the 4 dudes, for crying out loud. One of the 4 dudes that's on Mount Rushmore. I argue he was our first libertarian president, who truly believed that the government should have barely any power at all. And no doubt he was a great president. And plus he wrote that document thingy, what was it?
The Declaration of Independence.
The Declaration of Independence. The founding document that marked the birth of the United States. And his ideas won, man. Or at least his ideals won. Ideals is probably a better way to put it. Here is the story of perhaps the most controversial and complicated president in American history. Thomas freaking Jefferson. His middle name wasn't actually freaking, but I just said that for dramatic purposes. Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Jefferson. Did you know that your personal data is sold online by data brokers? Anyone can buy your personal details. Yes, even your enemies. Who could get your personal information to dox you, or stalk you, or harass you? Well, I personally recommend Delete Me to make sure that your personal information stays private. What I like about Delete Me is that it sends you these personalized privacy reports showing what they found, where they found it, and what they deleted. I've been using it for a long time now, and it's done a pretty good job scrubbing my personal information from all kinds of shady websites on the internet. As you can see, they looked at 111 data brokers, and of the 2,945 listings reviewed, 23 data brokers had my personal information, man. Get 20% off all Delete Me consumer plans when you go to joindeleteme.com/MrBeat. Use promo code MrBeat at checkout. There's a QR code as well. It's joindeleteme.com/MrBeat. Thanks to Delete Me for sponsoring this video. I think this plant is dying. You think I should water it? Oh, there you are. I've been waiting on you. You ready to learn about Thomas Jefferson? Okay, come on. Let's go. Come on. Thomas Jefferson was born on April 13th, 1743 in Shadwell, Virginia, then part of British America. Here, approximately this exact spot where I'm standing right now, which is today next to a busy highway, is the exact spot where Thomas Jefferson was born. All these cars driving by, they don't even care. You don't even care, do you? You don't even care. Yeah, keep driving. He was the third of 10 children, born to Peter Jefferson, a surveyor and plantation owner, and Jane Randolph Jefferson, who came from a well-off and well-connected family. He was always rich, and he always had slaves around to do everything for him. His earliest memory was of being carried on a pillow by a slave on a horse. Everyone he knew profited from slavery. Thomas grew up on the edge of the frontier, but in pretty comfortable circumstances. As a kid, he was extremely smart and, more importantly, curious. He began studying Latin, Greek, and history as young as 9 years old. Even at that young age, he began to value the ideals of the Enlightenment. Ideals like liberty, individualism, republicanism, progress, tolerance, skepticism, and reason. And yep, he soon realized that the life he lived contradicted many of those ideals. When Thomas was 14 years old, his dad died, leaving him around 5,000 acres of land. He also inherited his father's massive book collection. He remained studious to a point where it was kind of weird. He meticulously wrote down records of pretty much everything he was doing and everything he liked. When Thomas was 16, he enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. There, he studied philosophy, math, metaphysics, and the classics, of course. He read John Locke and Montesquieu. One professor at William and Mary, William Small, had a big influence on Thomas and introduced him to George Wythe, who'd eventually become the first law professor in the United States and one of the most influential legal minds of the era, for real. He was a big reason why Thomas would later get into politics. As Thomas got older and smarter, Wythe went from being more of a mentor to a good friend. By 1767, Jefferson was a practicing lawyer during a time when lawyers didn't get paid that well. He didn't care. He wasn't doing it for the money. He lived with his mother here at Shadwell. Yeah, the house doesn't exist anymore. I'll explain why in a bit. As a lawyer, Jefferson eventually took on over 100 cases in Virginia's General Court. In 7 of those cases, he defended 7 enslaved people seeking freedom. In one of those cases, he said, quote, "Everyone comes into the world with a right to his own person and using it at his own will. This is what is called personal liberty and is given him by the author of nature because it is necessary for his own sustenance." Well, the judge soon cut him off and ruled against his client. But since Jefferson felt bad, he gave his client some money to apparently escape enslavement. Being a lawyer must have awakened Jefferson's rebellious nature. It was at this time we began to see him talk trash about the British. Jefferson had grown pretty upset with the British government. He didn't like how colonists like himself were getting taxed and had absolutely no say in the process. He believed that the British Parliament had no right to force laws on them without their consent. Not only that, he thought the royal governors, courts, and heck, the king himself were constantly abusing their power. Those jerks. And so, he got into politics. In 1769, he got elected to the Virginia House of Burgesses. He was just 26 years old. There, he quietly aligned with a growing number of Virginian legislators pushing back against British policies. In February 1770, Jefferson's family home at Shadwell burned to the ground. Told you I would explain why. Though no one was home when this happened, this event devastated Jefferson. It had been the only home he had ever known. But the house itself wasn't too big of a loss. He had already been building a new house anyway by that point. It's behind me. Nah, man, it was what was in his family home. He lost all of his books. Later that year, Jefferson met a widow named Martha Skelton in Williamsburg. Even though she was his third cousin, he pursued a romantic relationship with her, all right. We don't know that much about Martha. Heck, we don't even know what she looked like. Well, I guess she could have looked like that. We do know they really did end up loving each other, bonding over things like their shared love of horseback riding, literature, and music. Plus, she was just darn smart. The two married on New Year's Day, 1772. The marriage meant Jefferson got a lot more real estate and enslaved people. And with that additional wealth and slave labor, he was able to finish what you see behind me. Monticello, which ended up being Jefferson's main crib for the rest of his life. It originally sat on 5,000 acres. Much of that land used to grow crops like tobacco. Yes, using slave labor. Throughout his lifetime, Jefferson had more than 600 enslaved people here at Monticello. To put that in perspective, if you are watching this from a classroom right now, think about your entire school. The average size of a high school in the United States, I would estimate, is probably about 600 people. And that's how many slaves Jefferson had. That's a lot. Way more than any other president, by the way. Today, located just outside of Charlottesville, it sits on a giant hill with an amazing view. Monticello is Italian for Little Mountain, by the way. Jefferson actually designed this beautiful house. It's an example of neoclassical architecture, reflecting Jefferson's love for ancient Roman and Italian Renaissance styles. Later, he'd add on to it. And if you're thinking, well, this house kind of looks familiar, that's because it's on the back of the nickel. So if you're rich, you've seen this many times. Monticello is the only American presidential home on the UNESCO World Heritage List. But while his home is iconic today, keep in mind it was also a plantation, built and maintained through the labor of enslaved folks. Today, the fine people who work at Monticello have done their best to preserve their legacy as well. Jefferson's first major political statement came in 1774 when he wrote A Summary View of the Rights of British America. In it, he argued that the colonies owed no allegiance to Parliament and had the right to govern themselves, boy. A bold statement indeed, one that could possibly get you arrested by the British government, which is why the people that published it anonymously and without Jefferson's permission. Even though it was published anonymously, many people indeed knew Jefferson had written it. By that time, he had gained a reputation as being a darn good writer, one of the most eloquent writers in the colonies, as a matter of fact. And by that time, many other prominent influencers in the colonies had also spoken out against Britain. Following the battles of Lexington and Concord, the first battles of what became known as the American War of Independence, a bunch of influential dudes met up in present-day Independence Hall in Philadelphia on May 10th, 1775. And guess who was there representing Virginia? Yeah, Thomas Jefferson. You got it. Most of you got it right. Good job. Except for Aiden. Come on, Aiden. Pay attention. You're better than this, Aiden. Come on. known as the Second Continental Congress. Their goal was to unify the colonies in the war against Britain. Even then, most delegates weren't ready for independence. However, over the next year, after King George III had rejected a peace deal and the violence continued to escalate, combined with the influence of Thomas Paine's pamphlet, Common Sense, among other things, more and more delegates were convinced that breaking away from Britain was the only option left. In June 1776, the Continental Congress met again to create a committee to draft a Declaration of Independence from Britain, now known as the Declaration of Independence. And who was on that committee? Thomas Jefferson, of course. Also a dude named Roger Sherman, another named Robert Livingston, a dude named John Adams, who had become friends with Jefferson, and another dude named Benjamin Franklin, who Jefferson also became friends with. Franklin was nearly 40 years older than Jefferson, but saw enormous potential in him, as did Adams. Ultimately, the others let Jefferson write the first draft, as he was the best writer in the group. Though Adams and Franklin helped edit, the Declaration of Independence was a letter to King George III, and the entire world really, that announced that the 13 colonies were no longer part of the British Empire. And so, it literally became the freaking document that created the country of the United States. No big deal. The document also defined the core values of this new country. You know, stuff like rights. The right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, yada yada yada. All men are created equal, yada yada yada. Wait a second, Jefferson wrote that all men are created equal? Did this apply to the enslaved men that he owned? Jefferson's preamble is seen today as one of the most influential statements on human rights in modern history. That phrase, all men are created equal, is a phrase that the vast majority of Americans know about. On July 2nd, 1776, the Continental Congress voted for independence and soon would famously sign the famous document that Jefferson primarily wrote. And that's why today we blow up stuff on July 2nd to celebrate America's birthday. Just kidding. I mean, we do blow up stuff on July 2nd, but we actually celebrate the country's birthday on July 4th. Why? Well, because the final version of the Declaration of Independence didn't get published until July 4th, 1776, which is what the general public all saw in the newspapers and such. Oops. The signers of the Declaration of Independence all knew they would now be considered traitors and that they'd all be directly targeted by the British. But it did create a national identity and helped pump up the soldiers fighting the British. And just like that, Thomas Jefferson became one of the most famous people in the world. Jefferson remained in the House of Burgesses, which soon became called the House of Delegates, thanks to Virginia's new constitution, which Jefferson was bigly influential in helping write. That said, his bill for establishing religious freedom, which said Virginia's government shouldn't be involved with religion, and especially shouldn't be forcing religious doctrine on Virginians, failed to pass, as did his attempt to make the Anglican Church no longer the government church of Virginia. By that time, he had become pretty darn good friends with another pretty chill but smart dude named James Madison. Madison and Jefferson had worked closely together throughout their years working together in Virginia's government. By 1778, Jefferson was arguably the most influential person in Virginia's government other than Patrick Henry, but Patrick Henry had to step down as governor the next year due to term limits. And guess who took his place? Yeah, Thomas Jefferson. You think you're really smart, don't you? Well, you are really smart. Yeah, Jefferson's time as governor of Virginia didn't go so well. Mostly because the war against Britain wasn't going so well. For starters, every day it seemed like the British were coming to kill him. Due to the imminent threat of British troops, Jefferson moved the capital of Virginia from Williamsburg to Richmond, and it's been the capital ever since. But this was a controversial decision. Richmond stinks. Just kidding. Jefferson did struggle to manage Virginia's resources to defend itself and had troubles building up the militia. When General Benedict Arnold invaded Virginia in early 1781, his troops marched into Richmond with little resistance. It was so bad Jefferson barely escaped in time. Arnold's men left much of Richmond in ruins, and Jefferson was powerless to stop it. In June, Martha even had to flee Monticello to avoid a raid. Jeez. Jefferson would resign as governor, kind of in disgrace. Things weren't going much better at home. That same year, his daughter Lucy died at the age of 1. But back then, it was fairly common for kids to die, sad to say. Of the 6 kids Jefferson had with Martha, only 2 of them reached adulthood, Patsy and Polly, and Martha had constant health problems herself. On May 8, 1782, Martha gave birth to Lucy, who apparently weighed more than 16 pounds at birth? Whoa-ness. Needless to say, it was an extremely difficult pregnancy and birth. Martha's health got dramatically worse afterward. She died on September 6, 1782. On her deathbed, she had asked Thomas to never marry again. And he kept that promise. Technically, although a few years later he did hook up with Martha's enslaved teenage sister. Oof. Still though, the death of his wife deeply devastated Jefferson. He reportedly locked himself in a room for 3 weeks and carried a watch key with some of her hair inside of it for the rest of his life. For at least a year after Martha's death, Jefferson completely withdrew from public life, hanging out here at Monticello. However, good news came for the new nation around that time as the British had surrendered. With the Treaty of Paris, no, not that one, not that one, not that one. Yes, that one. The war was officially over. In 1784, Jefferson returned to public life when the Congress of the Confederation sent him to join his friends Benjamin Franklin and John Adams in Paris to become a diplomat. This rejuvenated Jefferson, who was excited to hang out in France for a few years. Eventually, Jefferson got promoted to U.S. Minister of France, serving in that role until 1789. Jefferson had a blast. Not only did he get to spend some quality time with Adams and Franklin, but he got to take in all that French art, architecture, food, and culture he loved so much. There he came to admire the French people, just as they were starting to have a revolution to overthrow the monarchy of their own. Jefferson was particularly close with one of his enslaved people, James Hemings, so it's no surprise that he brought him to France with him. Although we don't know what James looked like, we do know that he was, quote, 3/4 white. James trained to be a French chef and later brought back many French cooking styles to the United States. In fact, after James made macaroni and cheese for Jefferson, he later played a key role popularizing the dish back in America. Which is pretty cool because mac and cheese is goated. Jefferson also brought his daughter, Patsy, to France, and in 1787, he brought James's little sister, Sally Hemings, who was also enslaved. Sally was that sister of Martha I mentioned earlier. But wait, she was enslaved? Well, they were half-sisters, so I guess that's how Jefferson justified it. What a weird dude Jefferson was. But it gets weirder. As you recall, historians are generally now pretty darn sure that Jefferson had sexual relations with Sally. There's a lot of evidence to back this up, including modern DNA samples that indicate that Jefferson got Sally pregnant several times over the years they lived together at Monticello. Jefferson had as many as 9 kids with Sally, and he completely covered it up. Sally was pretty much Jefferson's secret lover, yet still as a slave. But here's the thing, it may be even more messed up because we don't even know if their relationship was consensual or not. Jefferson was in his mid-40s when the relationship began. Sally was just a teenager. And it's important to recognize the power dynamics that existed between slave owners and their enslaved people when looking at their relationship. We don't know exactly when this happened, but Jefferson likely started hooking up with her when she was around 16 years old, maybe younger. Major oof. Major oof. Major oof. While in France, Jefferson totally missed out on the Constitutional Convention, the gathering of 55 delegates from 12 of the 13 original states that ultimately got rid of the Articles of Confederation and created the U.S. Constitution. Jefferson received a copy of the Constitution a couple months after it was signed. He was a bit concerned that it gave the federal government too much power. He believed a Bill of Rights needed to be added to guarantee civil rights and liberties against another potential tyrannical government. In the fall of 1789, Jefferson got word that George Washington, soon to be the first president of the United States, had nominated him as Secretary of State. Jefferson returned to the U.S. to become the first ever American to serve in that position, getting sworn in on March 22nd, 1790. In that position, obviously Jefferson was hugely influential, but he also famously clashed with another Washington advisor, Alexander Hamilton, the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury. Their views of the role of the federal government couldn't have been more different. Jefferson believed in a weaker national government and stronger state governments. Hamilton wanted a stronger national government. Jefferson thought America's economy should be agriculturally based and decentralized. Hamilton thought it should be more industrial and centralized. Jefferson opposed a national bank. Hamilton ultimately ended up creating one. And finally, Jefferson tended to side with France, while Hamilton tended to side with Britain. Jefferson thought Hamilton was an elitist who was out of touch with ordinary people. He was probably right about that. Here's what the famous rivalry looked like.
The issue on the table. France is on the verge of war with England. Now, do we commit money and aid to our French allies, or do we stay out of it?
Time to stand. Stand with our brothers as they fight against tyranny. I know that Alexander Hamilton is here and he would rather not have this debate. I'll remind you that he is not Secretary of State.
We signed a treaty with the king whose head is now in a basket. Would you like to take it out and ask it? Or should we honor our treaty, King Louis's head? Do whatever you want. I'm super dead. Enough, enough.
Okay, that was actually a clip from the musical Hamilton, but that's what I like to think it looked like. Probably not historically accurate. Anyway, this rivalry ultimately led to the creation of the country's first two political parties, the Democratic-Republican Party, led by Jefferson, and the Federalist Party, led by Hamilton. By the end of Washington's first term as president, Jefferson had grown frustrated by what he saw as Hamilton's growing influence over Washington. He legit thought Hamilton was steering the country back toward a monarchy. Twice, Jefferson tried to resign, but twice, Washington persuaded him to stay. Still, he ended up leaving the position for good on December 31st, 1793. By that time, he had helped establish the State Department as a key part of the executive branch, while also becoming the philosophical leader of the Democratic-Republican Party. Already, a lot of people were talking about him becoming the next president after George Washington. Unfortunately, by that time, the old friendship between Jefferson and Adams was unraveling, as Adams had aligned himself with the rival Federalist Party. In the presidential election of 1796, the Democratic Republicans indeed nominated Jefferson for president, and, wouldn't you know it, the Federalists nominated John Adams. After all, Adams had been Washington's vice president the previous 8 years. Well, Adams won the election, becoming the second president in American history, but since this was before the 12th Amendment, Thomas Jefferson became the vice president because he got second place. Huh? Yep, Adams as president and Jefferson as VP, even though they were political rivals. Talk about awkward. And sure, Jefferson disagreed a lot with what Adams ended up doing as president. Still, though, he mostly kept his mouth shut. He did have a lot of downtime as vice president, and during that time he wrote a bunch, including the first formal guide to Senate procedure called A Manual of Parliamentary Practice for the Use of the Senate of the United States. Hey, I know it sounds boring, but the guide was big time influential over how Congress would run in the future. Jefferson had a difficult time staying quiet after Adams signed the Alien and Sedition Acts, though. The laws, which restricted speech critical of the government, that and made it harder for immigrants to become citizens deeply upset him. He thought the laws were unconstitutional and, in response to them, secretly wrote the Kentucky resolutions, arguing that states could ignore federal laws if they thought they were stupid. They were called the Kentucky resolutions because the Kentucky legislature adopted them. The presidential election of 1800 ended up being a rematch between Adams and Jefferson. By this time, the two were bitter enemies. This was one of the nastiest elections in American history. The campaigns were brutal. It got so bad that Adams and Jefferson would not communicate with each other for about 12 years. Well, anyway, Jefferson won the election, but keep in mind, it was highly disputed. Originally, though, both Jefferson and a kind of crazy dude named Aaron Burr got 73 electoral votes. One of the Democratic-Republican electors was supposed to not vote for Burr, but he did anyway. And so, with the tie, the House of Representatives had to choose one of them to become president. Thankfully, they chose Jefferson, and so Jefferson became the third president, and Aaron Burr the third vice president. Jefferson called his win the, quote, Revolution of 1800. Because it marked the first peaceful transfer of power of political rivals in American history. Heck yeah, I think this country's gonna make it after all. On March 4th, 1801, Jefferson walked to his own inauguration in plain clothes. He didn't take a carriage like the previous two presidents. You could say it was symbolic. He wanted to change the tone. I'm for the common man. In his address, he called for a, quote, wise and frugal government, and called for unity, saying, quote, we are all Republicans, we are all Federalists. Jefferson chose his pal James Madison, who by this time was his closest political ally, as his Secretary of State. He picked Albert Gallatin as his Secretary of the Treasury to undo everything Alexander Hamilton had done and cut the national debt. The rest of his advisors were all Democratic Republicans, but from different parts of the country at least. So what about his leadership style? Well, he hated confrontation, that's for sure. He preferred to influence other politicians through his writing, not direct conversations with them. In fact, Jefferson didn't deliver his State of the Union address as a speech because he believed reading out loud in person felt too much like being a king. Instead, he sent it to Congress in writing, and he'd continue this tradition every year of his presidency. Heck, in general, Jefferson skipped a lot of public appearances and grand speeches because he wanted to appear more like a humble public servant. Yeah. He apparently was a terrible public speaker anyway. He was soft-spoken and had a dry, low voice. He was shy and hated talking in front of crowds. You gotta remember, Jefferson became famous not because of his talking, but through his writing. Ha! He let his pen do the talking. You know what I mean? So anyway, as president, Jefferson immediately began rolling back Federalist policies. He got rid of some taxes, shrank some of the bureaucracy, and cut the size of the military. Though his overall goal was to reduce the power of the federal government, he straight up increased the power of the presidency with arguably his biggest accomplishment as president. The Louisiana Purchase, baby. Jefferson bought the Louisiana Territory from France for just $15 million, nearly doubling the size of the country overnight, and thus dramatically increased the country's power over the continent. To say it was a good deal would be an understatement. It came out to be about 71 cents per acre in today's money. I totally get why he couldn't pass that opportunity up, even though he was going against his own principles. Still, Federalists in Congress and in the press would immediately talk trash about him abusing his power. After all, Congress ideally has to approve of all purchases before they happen, not after. But Congress approved it, of course. While it had a positive impact long-term for many Americans, it is important to recognize that it came at a great cost to tens of thousands of Native Americans. Jefferson asked his good friend Meriwether Lewis if he'd like to go, check out the Louisiana Territory and stuff. And Lewis was like, heck yeah, dude. Jefferson sent Lewis and another dude named William Clark to not only explore the territory, but to make contact with various Native American tribes and, most importantly, find the Northwest Passage, a magical water route that made it all the way west to the Pacific Ocean. Well, I call the Northwest Passage magical because it didn't exist. Not through the middle of the continent, anyway. Regardless, Jefferson got them funding, and the Lewis and Clark expedition ended up being a success that inspired future American westward expansion. Another way Jefferson expanded the power of the presidency? Fighting pirates, of course. After Jefferson refused to pay North African pirates, they attacked American merchant ships, resulting in what became known as the First Barbary War, the first major overseas military action by the United States. Jefferson sent the U.S. Navy to fight them, and they ended up winning. I have more information about that war in this video, if you want to watch, if you so dare. Meanwhile, Jefferson and his buddies had left Aaron Burr out of all important decisions. Burr spent Jefferson's first term mainly just trying to start fights. And then, on July 11th, 1804, Burr killed Alexander Hamilton in a duel. Yep, the Alexander Hamilton. Burr was charged with murder, but fled west to avoid getting arrested. Though Jefferson's old political rival was now gone, he continued to fight with the Federalists, including now John Marshall, aka Little John, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, who said the court could strike down unconstitutional laws, but overall his first term went pretty darn well, and he remained pretty darn popular. He was easily reelected in 1804, this time with a running mate. That's right, he had dropped Aaron Burr, and now the legendary George Clinton became his vice president. No, not that George Clinton. Yep, that's the fella. Jefferson's second term as president didn't go as well as his first. Sure, he had accomplishments like ending the international slave trade, getting Congress to approve expanding the Library of Congress, and continuing to reduce the national debt, but he had a much harder time unifying his political party to get things done. He couldn't even get Aaron Burr arrested. Aaron Burr. By 1806, everyone had apparently given up trying to arrest him for murder, but instead arrested him for treason. They accused him of trying to create an independent empire in the West, probably by seizing land from Spain. However, due to a lack of evidence, Burr got acquitted, brah. When Jefferson tried to influence the outcome of the trial, that hurt his image as a so-called defender of civil liberties. Not only that, after the Chesapeake Leopard affair, in which a British warship attacked an American ship, killing and wounding American sailors just off the Virginia coast, Jefferson didn't do that much in response, afraid of starting another war. This, of course, made him look weak. And when he did eventually react to the shenanigans of the British, he just ended up hurting a bunch of Americans. I'm talking about the Embargo Act of 1807, punks. It banned pretty much all trade with Britain and France. Jefferson supported the law in order to avoid war with both countries, but it ended up devastating the American economy. The country lost tens of millions of dollars and tens of thousands of jobs. Just like that, Jefferson's popularity tanked, even within his own political party. He left the office disillusioned and miserable. Honestly, though, he just felt relieved it was over. And Jefferson was still pretty popular. His support of his buddy James Madison for president to take his place is a big reason why Madison easily won the presidential election of 1808. And wouldn't you know it, Jefferson retired here to Monticello. Happy his presidency was over. At Monticello, he managed the plantation, experimented with crops, and oversaw new construction projects. He also continued to learn and experiment and try to invent stuff. He arguably spent more time in retirement trying to better himself than any other president in American history. Jefferson remained much more in the spotlight during his retirement compared to the previous two presidents, often trying to influence members of Congress, and of course the two presidents who followed him, James Madison and James Monroe. In Diderot, he often advised both of those Jameses, and both were greatly influenced by Jefferson. They almost couldn't escape his shadow either. And Jefferson even made up with his enemies. He and John Adams finally made up and would correspond back and forth for the rest of their lives until, you know, they died on the exact same day, which was July 4th, America's 50th birthday. In 1815, Jefferson sold his quite impressive personal library to the United States government to restock the Library of Congress after the British mostly destroyed the original collection in the War of 1812. One of Jefferson's biggest retirement projects? Starting a university that he wanted to be free of church influences and where students could study stuff not offered at other colleges. In 1819, his vision became true as he founded the University of Virginia, which still exists today. You know how I know it exists today? Well, because I'm here right now. This was the first explicitly secular university in the United States in which there was clearly a wall between church and state, and also just anybody could attend. You didn't have to be an aristocrat. In 1821, he began writing an autobiography. He threw big parties and had lots of visitors. One of his last visitors at Monticello was the American Revolution hero Marquis de Lafayette. Sadly, by the time Jefferson was an old man, he was deeply in debt, millions of dollars in today's money, and basically broke. Typical American. He was never that good with money. Bought a lot of crap that he didn't need. He'd pass that debt on to his daughter and even grandson. Monticello would have to be sold. Like I said before, Thomas Jefferson died on July 4th, 1826. Almost unbelievably, he did not set the vast majority of his slaves free after he died. Perhaps because he wanted his family to sell them to pay off his debts. He did free 5 of his enslaved skilled workers, including the aforementioned James Hemings, but he didn't even free Sally Hemings. What the heck, dude? At least Patsy freed her after her dad's death. So how should we remember him? Well, if it wasn't obvious by now, Thomas Jefferson was a man of contradictions and hypocrisy. He wrote about liberty while holding people in chains. He said slavery was evil, but didn't do much to end it once he was in power. He promoted a small, limited government, then used his executive powers as president to expand the power of the president. He promoted democracy, but only thought the educated elite were qualified to govern. He was anti-war, yet deployed the military when American commerce was threatened. He talked of equality for all, but that did not include women, African Americans, and Native Americans. He was ahead of his time, but also very much a man of his time. My family and I have been staying here in Virginia for a few days now, and Jefferson's legacy here is huge. You seemingly can't go anywhere without seeing his name. And while most historians still view him as one of the greatest and most influential Americans in history, as more and more people have learned of the truly bad stuff he did, he has become more and more controversial, as seen by some of his statues being vandalized and taken down in recent years. And you don't have to like him, but you still got to learn about him. Understanding Jefferson helps us understand both the ideals and the contradictions at the core of the American experiment. Jefferson helped define the most important values most Americans hold dearly today: liberty, self-government, a limited federal government, private enterprise, innovation, republicanism, democracy, and individual rights. Even today, these ideals are quoted by folks on all sides of the political spectrum. He was a champion of the Enlightenment and scientific progress during a time when faith, dogma, and superstition still dominated. In other words, Jefferson's actions may have aged like milk, but his words aged like the fine wine he used to love drinking so much. Sure, he may have talked the talk, but didn't walk the walk. But the talking was the most important part, okay? If you want to learn more about Thomas Jefferson, here are 3 books that I highly recommend. First off, it's John Meacham's classic, Thomas Jefferson, The Art of Power. This is personally my favorite book about Thomas Jefferson. Next up, we've got a newer book that I actually learned a lot after reading this recently. His Masterly Pen by Fred Kaplan. And then finally, the biggest classic of them all, Thomas Jefferson, An Intimate History by Fawn Brodie. All other sources I used for this video are listed in the description. Not that you read the description, only dorks like me read the description. So what do you think about Thomas Jefferson, huh? Oh, a spider. What important information did I leave out of this video that I should have put in? Let me know in one of the scariest places on the internet, the YouTube comment section. Thanks for staying curious. Hey, you know who else was curious? The guy who lived here at Monticello. Hey guys, I'm Mr. Beat. Hey guys, I'm Mr. Beat, and this is a video about this guy, and a little bit about this gal as well. This is James and Dolly Madison. I can't believe he was president. James Madison, I mean. That's what I'm talking about. I can't believe he was president. I mean, the dude stood 5'4", barely weighed 100 pounds.
The biggest little man in the room.
The dude was shy, hated crowds. He was quiet, had a soft voice. He didn't have riz, but most historians say he was an above average president, and I have a hypothesis. I think he was a much better founder than president.
James Madison lost a football game.
But when he was alive, he was one of the most respected and admired men in the country. His good friend Thomas Jefferson once called him the greatest man in the world. Wait, the greatest man in the world owned slaves? Nuh-uh. Today, Madison is known as the father of the Constitution, as he was big-time influential in creating it and persuading people to get on board with it. And not only did he basically write the Constitution, he also wrote the Bill of Rights. Ain't no thing. Later, in Congress, he was a genius when it came to writing legislation, arguably one of the most effective members of Congress ever. But while he was a legislative genius, maybe he wasn't so much an executive genius. In fact, many Americans today tend to forget that he was a president. And that's because he really was kind of a meh when it came to being president. Seriously, I've changed my mind about James Madison in recent years. I used to think he was a really great president, but now I think he's kind of average. And I think my perspective was warped because I always thought he was goated as a founding father dude. Sorry, I'm like Benjamin Button here when it comes to language. The older I get, the more skibbity I talk. Here's the story of the most founding fatherly founding father. Dare I say the foundiest father, James Madison.
James Madison.
James Madison was born on March 16th, 1751, near Port Conway, Virginia, on his grandmother's plantation, Belle Grove. His family was rich, like ridiculously rich. His dad, James Sr., grew tobacco and had a 5,000-acre plantation of his own, along with an estimated 100 enslaved people. He was one of the richest dudes in Virginia's Piedmont, a hilly area that runs through the middle of the state. His mom, Eleanor, was incredibly influential on young James. He grew up the oldest of 12 kids, although only half of his siblings made it to adulthood. James was kind of a geek. He was not athletic, and he got sick all the time. He didn't like hunting like other boys his age. Nah, man. He preferred books, and he preferred to sit alone in his room reading those books. In 1764, when James Madison was 13 years old, he and his family moved into the house that you see right here behind me, Montpelier. By this time, he had a private tutor and was studying math, geography, philosophy, and both modern and classical languages. By the time he was ready for college, James had become fluent in Latin, Italian, and French. Oh, and he learned Greek to get into college. But he didn't go to the College of William and Mary like most college-bound Virginians did. You thought he went to the College of William and Mary, didn't you? He didn't. He went to Princeton, up in New Jersey. Well, back then, Princeton was the College of New Jersey. There, he continued to study Latin and Greek, but he also got into theology, speech, and debate. Princeton was pretty influential on Madison, particularly the college's president, John Witherspoon. According to the historian Lynn Chaney, Witherspoon not only was the teacher to a president, James Madison, but also a vice president, 49 members of the U.S. House of Representatives, 28 members of the U.S. Senate, and 3 Supreme Court justices. So, quite an influential fella. It was at Princeton he really got into the ideals of the Enlightenment. Ideals like liberty, individualism, republicanism, progress, tolerance, skepticism, and reason. Madison's closest friend in college was future U.S. Attorney General William Bradford. Also one of Madison's classmates at Princeton, Aaron Burr. Dang Aaron Burr. Madison didn't mess around in college. He wasn't no party animal, okay? He completed a 4-year program in less than 3 years. Some historians speculate this took a significant toll on his health. There is also evidence that Madison started getting seizures in college, which he'd suffer from for much of the rest of his life. After graduating, Madison was a bit lost. He didn't know what he wanted to do as a career. You know what he did know? The British government be messing up. By the time Madison returned here to Montpelier, he had grown angry with the British government. He didn't like how colonists like himself were getting taxed and had absolutely no say in the process. He believed that the British Parliament had no right to force laws on them without their consent. He particularly hated how the Anglican Church was Virginia's official church. He thought there should be a separation of church and state. James Madison Sr. began taking his son to Orange County Committees of Safety meetings. Committees of Safety were local groups leading resistance movements against the British. Oh, James Jr. was totally into it. Following the battles of Lexington and Concord, the first battles of what became known as the American War of Independence, the now 24-year-old Madison joined his father to help lead the Orange County militia. But Madison was not the war-fighting type. Instead, he realized he'd better serve the war effort by writing laws. In 1776, he joined the 5th Virginia Convention, which formally broke Virginia away from Britain and created a new constitution for the now independent state. He then became a member of the Virginia House of Delegates. That's where he met this dude who had recently become famous for writing this little document called the Declaration of Independence. No, not Robert Livingston. Thomas Jefferson. And thus marked the beginning of a lifelong friendship. Madison and Jefferson, though opposite in many ways, tremendously respected each other. For the rest of the war, the two worked together closely, including when Jefferson became governor of Virginia. Like Jefferson, he got into the Continental Congress, the group of delegates from all 13 colonies that had united to support American independence. At 29, Madison became their youngest member. During his term in the Continental Congress from 1780 to 1783, Madison became increasingly frustrated with the new country's financial troubles and general failure to get much done. Madison thought that the Articles of Confederation, the first Constitution of the United States, that's Constitution with a lowercase c, was too weak, that it gave state governments too much power and the federal government hardly any power at all. And he was right. And he tried to change this. He tried to get the Continental Congress the power to raise money through tariffs, but because all 13 states had to agree on that change, he failed to get that change passed. After the war ended in 1783, Madison, frustrated that he couldn't get anything done at the federal level, returned to Virginia politics. Now back in Virginia's House of Delegates, Madison made it a priority to fight for religious freedom, determined to make the Anglican Church no longer the government church of the state. This time he was able to make a change. In 1786, thanks to some major political maneuvering behind the scenes, he helped get Jefferson's Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom finally passed. But by that time, Madison was focused on the federal government. And boy, did he have big plans. Well, one plan, but it was a pretty big freaking plan. The Virginia Plan. Seriously, that's what it was called, the Virginia Plan. The Virginia Plan was basically a plan for a brand new constitution to replace the Articles of Confederation. It called for 3 branches of government.
There's legislative, judicial, and executive.
That sounds familiar. And a bicameral legislature, or a legislature divided into 2 separate assemblies. That also sounds familiar. Madison believed representation should be based on population, though, with states with more people having more votes than states with fewer people. But it wasn't just Madison. After the federal government wasn't able to stop Shays' rebellion, many leaders were now determined to make big changes to make it stronger. In what became known as the Constitutional Convention, 56 delegates from 12 of the 13 states would meet on May 25th, 1787, at what is now called Independence Hall in Philadelphia. Some big names were there. Fellas like Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, and George Washington, for crying out loud. But the most important person in the room was not one of those 3. He was the smallest and quietest guy in the room. Goodness, I'm talking about James Madison. Will you try to keep up here, buddy? Will that be sparkle-tastic for you? Madison brought his Virginia plan to the convention, but it soon competed with William Patterson's New Jersey plan, which called for each state continuing to get just 1 vote for representation purposes. Ultimately, the founding father dudes there all went with Roger Sherman's Connecticut plan, which effectively combined the Virginia plan with the New Jersey plan. They created a bicameral federal legislature, an upper house to provide equal representation for each state, and a lower house to provide proportional representation based on a state's population. Boom! By that time, it was obvious that the Articles of Confederation needed to be replaced entirely, and Madison was pretty pumped about that. While George Washington was the president of the Constitutional Convention, Madison was its brain. As the founding father dudes intensely debated in that hot room in the summer of 1787, Madison was the guy who wrote everything down. In fact, his detailed notes are the reason why we know so much about the convention. From those notes, we know that a total of 1,832 speeches were given in this room. And even though Madison was known as a quiet guy who didn't like talking in front of big groups, only 2 other guys spoke more at the convention than he did. But while Madison was passionate about this stuff and really rose to the occasion, he came across as more calm and level-headed compared to most of the other speakers there. He wasn't overly emotional like Gouverneur Morris. Sorry, Governor. You were a bit of a drama king.
He was definitely well respected by his peers, and he was the kind of person that could stand in the room and absorb everything that was going on around him and be able to take that information in, make it make sense, and then draw something from it that everybody could pull from.
in my opinion, Madison was the most influential guy at the convention. He helped Washington keep the whole thing on track. He came up with ideas, and others followed suit. And when he didn't come up with an idea, he was effective at bringing two sides of an idea together. Still, even after the delegates signed what we now call simply the United States Constitution on September 17th, 1787, many other founding father dudes held out, refusing to sign it. Many of them feared it gave the federal government too much power and lacked protections for individual rights. This had Madison freaking out a bit. He decided to get his ideas in support of the Constitution out to a much wider audience to build broader support for it. Together with Alexander Hamilton and John Jay, the three published a series of essays known as the Federalist Papers. They used the pen name Publius, but a lot of people already knew Madison was behind most of them. In June 1788, New Hampshire became the 9th state to formally approve the Constitution. It now officially was the law of the land, baby. That year, Madison ran for the U.S. Senate, hoping to represent his home state of Virginia. Thanks to the influence of anti-federalists like Patrick Henry, though, Madison didn't get elected. Anti-federalists were people against ratifying the Constitution. And so, Madison ran for the U.S. House of Representatives and was like, "Come at me, bruh," to Henry. In response, Henry recruited James Monroe, a rising stud muffin, to run against him. Some historians have argued that Henry also gerrymandered the district Madison ran in so that it was made up of anti-federalists by a 3-to-1 margin. Well, Madison overcame all this to actually easily win the election for two big reasons. Number one, he promised to add a Bill of Rights to the Constitution to weaken the federal government. And number two, George Washington supported him. Heck yeah. Speaking of Washington, he tremendously respected Madison and consistently sought his advice during his presidency, despite Madison being in the legislative branch, not the, executive. Madison's influence even helped Thomas Jefferson become the first Secretary of State. But Washington also had Alexander Hamilton in his cabinet as a Secretary of the Treasury, even though those two were political rivals. Soon enough, Madison often found himself as the mediator between the two, even though he personally agreed more with Jefferson on issues compared to Hamilton. The most famous example of this was what became known as the Compromise of 1790. No, I don't sing that one. Well, maybe I should start singing about the Compromise of 1790. Let's go. Compromise of 1790. Everybody. Compromise of 1790. In that compromise, Hamilton got his way with the federal government taking on all of the state's war debts from the American Revolution, and Jefferson got his way because they got the country's capital moved from New York City to a new place next to Virginia. That ended up becoming Washington, D.C., by the way. And Madison fulfilled his promise by putting together some amendments to the Constitution to protect individual rights. Those ended up being the Bill of Rights, or the first 10 amendments of the Constitution, which I made a video about there. Well, if you're watching this on YouTube, it's there, I think. Sure, George Mason played a big role influencing the Bill of Rights, but Madison was the one who took the lead in drafting and officially proposing them. Congress officially approved them on December 15th, 1791. Hey, did you know that Madison actually originally had 19 amendments to the Constitution, and then Congress edited them down to 12 amendments? One of the two that didn't get approved finally did get approved in 1992, and the other one? Well, I made a whole video about it. They really should have added that one, in my opinion. By the end of Washington's first term as president, Madison and Jefferson had grown frustrated by what they saw as Hamilton's growing influence over Washington. They legit thought Hamilton was steering the country back toward a monarchy. In September 1792, Madison wrote that the country had fractured into two groups. His team, which believed, quote, that mankind are capable of governing themselves, and Hamilton's team, which believed a wealthy elite should rule over everyone. Around that time, Madison and Jefferson started technically the second political party in American history, the Democratic-Republican Party. Not to be confused with the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. For the rest of his time in Congress, Madison was a strong voice opposing Hamilton's financial programs. He also fell in love. I mentioned her at the beginning of this video. Believe it or not, Aaron Burr, who was a U.S. Senator at the time, and yes, the dude who later murdered Alexander Hamilton in a duel, played matchmaker, introducing the recently widowed Dolly Todd to Madison. At the time, Dolly was trying to rebuild her life with her only surviving son, John Payne Todd. Madison was 43 at the time, 17 years older than Dolly. But yeah, I guess give credit to Burr. They seem to be a perfect match. Dolly was the opposite of Madison in so many ways, which means they were perfect for each other. Because you know what they say? Do you know what they say?
Opposites attract.
Opposites attract. But yeah, they got married just a few months after meeting, and just like that, James was not just the father of the Constitution, but a stepfather to John Payne. No, not John Wayne, John Payne. In 1796, after 8 intense years in Congress, Madison was a bit burnt out and decided to not run for re-election. Perhaps he was also homesick. For much of the previous 10 years, Madison had spent more time in Philadelphia than Virginia. And so he and Dolly and John Payne moved back here to Montpelier. I'm still here. And so are those guys. Here, James and Dolly took a much more active role in running things. At one time, this place was the biggest plantation in the county. More than 5,000 acres. Whoa-ness. The Madisons also owned at least 100 enslaved people at one time. By this time, it was quite clear that James Madison knew slavery was wrong, writing it was a, quote, dreadful calamity and, quote, sad blot on our free country. And yet, he never took steps to end the horrific institution on his own plantation. Like his friend Jefferson, however, Madison depended heavily on them to maintain his wealth, and due to debts he accumulated later in life, he did not free them in his will. Ugh.
To me, that just says that maybe it was easier for him to speak something out loud to make himself feel better about what he was doing, and it wasn't necessarily something that he fully believed.
Madison couldn't keep away from politics for long, especially after the passage of the Alien and Sedition Acts, which restricted speech critical of the government and made it harder for immigrants to become citizens. Madison absolutely hated these laws, writing the Virginia resolutions to talk trash about them. This also likely motivated his return to the Virginia legislature in 1799. But after Jefferson got elected the third president of the United States the next year, he asked Madison to be his Secretary of State. No joke. But hey, this time, he didn't have to travel super far away from home to do that job. By this time, the capital had moved to Washington, D.C. As Secretary of State, Madison helped oversee the Louisiana Purchase, a move that nearly doubled the size of the United States. He helped find a peaceful end to the First Barbary War, the first major overseas military action by the United States. But he spent the majority of his time as Secretary of State dealing with Britain and France, constantly trying to get them both to stop attacking American ships. Desperate, Jefferson and Madison would support the Embargo Act of 1807, which banned pretty much all trade with Britain and France, but the law was a disaster. It ended up devastating the American economy. Despite the unpopular law and his enforcement of it, Madison by this point had been convinced he had the experience needed to be the next president of the United States. And with Jefferson's backing, he was basically a shoo-in, man. Madison easily won the presidential election of 1808. The Democratic Republicans were sky high, baby. This despite Madison being a big dork. Seriously, he was the dorkiest president we ever had. By far. He'd wake up early and read and write for several hours each day, much as he did every day before he was president. He generally avoided the spotlight, preferring small meetings. Just like Jefferson, he would send his State of the Union address in writing to Congress. In fact, he only gave 2 public speeches during his 8 years as president, and those were his 2 inaugural speeches. Oh yes, oops. Spoiler alert, he'd get reelected in 1812. Madison had James Monroe as his Secretary of State. Remember him? I brought him up earlier. Madison had run against him when he first ran for Congress. By that time, the two had become close friends. And not just because they both shared the same first name. They deeply respected each other, and Madison often leaned on his advice throughout his presidency. In fact, in 1816, Madison's endorsement of Monroe for president helped him get elected. Otherwise, there were many carryovers in the Madison administration from the Jefferson administration, like Albert Gallatin, who remained the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, and Vice President George Clinton. Nope. Yep. Even though Madison made it a big priority early on in his presidency to keep the country out of foreign wars, today what marks the biggest part of his legacy as president is the country's involvement in its first major war that took place on its own soil. I'm talking about the War of 1812, of course, which started in the year... Oh, well, how about that? You knew which year it started. 1812. You are a genius. You are the smartest person to ever exist. For years, Britain had been attacking American ships, stealing stuff, blocking trade routes. The British were even kidnapping American sailors and forcing them to join the British Navy. This was known as impressment. But Madison wasn't impressed. Not only that, but they were aiding American Indian resistance against the Americans out west. On June 1st, 1812, Madison formally asked Congress to declare war on Britain. James Madison was the first American president to ask Congress to declare war on another country. Congress agreed with Madison, but the United States was not prepared. Like, at all. Yeah, it didn't go so well. American soldiers would invade Canada multiple times and fail pretty much every time, despite victories like the Battle of Lake Erie. Out west, though, American forces did defeat their Native American allies like Tecumseh. The most dramatic and traumatic part of the war, though, was when British forces invaded the United States. I should add that it was only one of 3 times in American history that the United States was invaded by a foreign country during a war. In August 1814, British troops invaded and burned public buildings in Washington, D.C., including both the White House and U.S. Capitol. The Madisons had to flee the city. Dolly famously saved a portrait of George Washington right before the British arrived. That said, the British failed to capture the important port city of Baltimore after Americans successfully defended Fort McHenry, inspiring Francis Scott Key to write a poem called Defense of Fort McHenry after he woke up to see the American flag still there. This poem later got turned into a song called The Star-Spangled Banner, which is today the national freaking anthem. The biggest American victory in the war took place after the peace treaty had already been signed, the Battle of New Orleans. While the War of 1812 technically ended in a draw, Americans felt they had won by standing up to the British yet again, and this sparked a wave of patriotism. And despite it being pretty reckless for Madison wanting to go to war with the world's biggest military superpower, things turned out all right after all. Madison's reputation went way up, for real. Americans saw him as a steady, calm leader during the war who defended American independence and the Constitution. Otherwise, Madison's presidency was pretty chill. Well, there was the Second Barbary War in 1815, but that was pretty short. By the end of his presidency, Madison had significantly moderated his views, mostly due to experience as a wartime president. Now, he thought the federal government should have a much stronger military, of course. He now supported a national transportation system. And finally, after the financial chaos of the War of 1812, he now supported a national bank. That's right, in 1816, he authorized the Second Bank of the United States. If Hamilton was alive to see this transformation in Madison, he probably would have been like, holy crap. Madison left the presidency extremely popular and the country more united than almost any other point in American history. Historians even call this time the era of good feelings. Yep, I have vid. Now 65 years old, Madison retired here to Montpelier, where he struggled financially as tobacco prices kept falling. He'd continued to correspond with lots of politicians. Many sought out his wisdom, particularly James Monroe and Andrew Jackson when they were president. Speaking of his good buddy Thomas Jefferson, he only lived 30 miles away from him. The two would regularly hang out and dork out about politics. Madison helped him start the University of Virginia. After Jefferson's death, in 1826, he took over as the head dude of the university. In 1829, when he was 78 years old, Virginian politicians chose him as a representative at a convention to change the state's constitution. Madison died on June 28, 1836. He was 85. He died here at Montpelier, and he's actually buried here. See? In case you didn't believe me. My family and I recently visited James Madison University, a college Madison did not start, but they just named it after him because they loved him so much. Imagine being so loved in history that you have an entire university named after you, even though you had nothing to do with that university. Only one other president has an entire university named after him, and that's George Washington. Why do I bring this up? Well, in my humble opinion, George Washington was the only person more important than James Madison to the country's success in those early years. Madison never had any biological children of his own, but according to the historian Jay Cost, quote, "In a way, we Americans are all children of James Madison, and not only because of his role in creating our founding document. Madison did more than any of his contemporaries to inform our understanding of politics." Sure, Madison undoubtedly was one of the smartest presidents in American history. You could say he was an above-average president, especially due to his chill and measured leadership during a crazy time. But today, we remember him for being a founding father more than just being a president. And we should. We absolutely should. In my opinion, Madison was the best lawmaker in American history. He basically wrote the Constitution. But just as important, he got a bunch of rich dudes with giant egos and an incredibly wide range of political beliefs to all agree on that Constitution. Simply put, his political maneuvering and pragmatism got the Constitution passed. In that sense, he was the true leader of the Founding Fathers. Even more so than, dare I say, George Washington. Yeah, I said it. He was about as founding father as a founding father could get. And so, Dad, thank you for the Constitution. And thank you for playing a big role creating this country. I know that was weird. He's not really my dad. My dad is Mr. Beat. Know how I know you're smart? You've been watching an educational video for fun. I know you. You like to exercise your brain like I do. And you want to know a great way to exercise your brain? Brilliant. Seriously, Brilliant. That's the name of the app. Brilliant is a learning app designed to be uniquely effective. Each lesson is filled with hands-on problem solving that lets you play with concepts. A method proven to be 6 times more effective than watching lecture videos. Brilliant helps you build understanding from the ground up, and it has a perfect mix of engaging problems, competitive features, and daily encouragement that keeps you motivated and on track. The Brilliant app is one of my favorite ways to exercise my brain. Recently, I've been learning about LLMs. High-level stuff. To learn for free on Brilliant, go to brilliant.org/MrBeat or scan the QR code or click on the link in the description. You know what to do. Brilliant's also giving our viewers 20% off an annual premium subscription, which gives you unlimited daily access to everything on Brilliant. Everything. Thanks to Brilliant for sponsoring this video.
If you haven't been to Montpelier,
heck yeah,
you got to come up here and see this place. And secondly, Dolly. You need to read up on how James Madison and Dolly interacted with each other and the importance of Dolly and her role here at Montpelier and with James Madison.
His family was rich, like ridiculously rich.
They're not even in the center.
Ridiculously rich.
That's the opposite way.
Ridiculously rich.
No, that's too far.
Ridiculously rich.
No.
It's so sweaty out here. Oh, please. Oh.
His family was rich.
Did you know that Madison actually originally had 19 amendments added to the Constitution, and then Congress edited them? Blah, blah, blah. So what do you think about James Madison? What important information did I leave out of this video that I should have put in? Please correspond. I don't know where he is now, but thanks to Charlie from History with Waffles for coming up here to Montpelier to hang out with us. Subscribe to his channel. Also, thanks to my family for helping me film this video. You're the best film crew I've ever had. And thank you for staying curious. Hello, I'm Mr. Beat. What did every American president sound like? That's a question that I've thought about nearly every day of my life. And in this live stream, I'm going to try to speculate about the presidents that we don't have audio recordings of. But, of course, many we do have audio files for. So we're going to play a game with the rest. And I brought on my friend Chris of Vlogging Through History. If you're not familiar with Vlogging Through History, it's one of the best history channels on YouTube. He also is a gamer. He's been posting more gaming videos recently, so on his other channel. So I'll let him shout that out as well. But very knowledgeable of history, just really high valuable reactions to a lot of history videos, but also some original content as well. Does a lot of traveling to historical sites around the country, around the world, and I was able to snatch him for at least an hour on a Monday afternoon for him to play this silly game where he tries to guess the president by the voice alone, not seeing them talk, just listening to an audio file of the president talking. So I shall now bring on my special guest, Chris. If I can figure out how to do it. Yes, welcome.
Hey.
It's been a while. How long?
Yeah.
How long has it been? A couple of years since we done a live stream together?
So now we're president video too.
Of course, yeah. I mean, half my live streams are president videos these days, but so I've been wanting to do this for a while, and I figured you'd be the perfect person to do it because you've done a lot of presidential content as well. You're very knowledgeable about American presidents. I think it was like during the pandemic, one of the first videos that you did. Do you remember you were reacting to old recordings of presidents?
Top your 10 worst and 10 best president.
Yeah, around that time. Yeah. Okay, well, I thought I turned off messages on my computer here, but I'm still getting dings. I'm sorry about that, audience.
People are complaining about the echo in that.
Okay, then I'll turn you down for now then.
Okay.
Actually, there's a way I think you can turn your echo. Maybe I can do it.
Yeah,
your
the settings.
Yeah.
Mine's already set.
Okay, I set mine, so maybe that helps.
Yeah.
Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, I don't hear it anymore.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I think we're good now.
Yeah. So if you hear a ding, I just got an iPhone for the first time in my life, and it's just synced up to my computer, and I hate it.
I just switched back to iPhone about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, did?
Yeah.
What a coincidence. Yeah. I've never had an iPhone. All my family did. They peer pressured me to do it. And it's been very traumatic for me. Like I've had to, it's like learning a new language.
It is.
Like,
listen, I used to do iPhone tech support for AT&T, and I feel like I've never used one before after being on Android for years.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm still. It's been a week now, and I still can't get used to it. But yeah, we're enough about that. So if you hear a ding, I just wanted to apologize in advance. Also, we might have time for questions at the end, but I don't want to take too much of Chris's time. So if you do have questions, please wait. We're going to do this fun game first. When I say fun game, it's probably only fun for a certain segment of the audience, but I know a lot of the audience wants to guess as well. So I have collected a total of 17 audio files of presidents. And as we're playing this game, I'm going to sprinkle in some knowledge that we have from historical accounts of what presidents sounded like that we don't have audio files for. But we'll begin with an easy one. And also, like, if you could just take a guess here at the beginning, Chris, of all 45 presidents, how many do you think do we have actual audio recordings of?
I think I know this. I don't know the number, but I know for sure going all the way back through McKinley, we have audio files. We have audio recordings of. Harrison. There's a recording. Okay. Cleveland, I think, is iffy because I've heard some accounts say that the Cleveland recording isn't really Cleveland.
Yes.
and there was one of Hayes, but it's been lost.
I didn't know that about Hayes.
Yeah, so I think Harrison, and then from McKinley on. So the 25th, the 23rd president, and then the 25th on, I think, are all the ones we have recordings for.
That is correct. And I had the same. I was going to bring up that caveat as well. That the Grover Cleveland one has been. Some historians have said, "Oh, I don't know if this is legit," but the Benjamin Harrison one appears to be like. There's a lot of verification that has taken place for that one. So yeah, you know this already. So I can go ahead and tell the audience that 21 of the 45 presidents we don't have audio files for. So that means the rest we do, the 24. And of those, so that means that, that's 47%. We only know what 47% of presidents sounded like. Or I'm sorry, what 47% of, or that's 53% we do know sound like. 47 we don't know. So nearly half is what I'm trying to say here. Okay, so let's go ahead and get right into it. We have to do this a weird way here because of the audio files weren't playing through the computer. But the mystery one first. I'm just going to play some of the audio file. Hopefully, I won't play parts of it where you'll hear, the
name mentioned.
The name mentioned, like context clues, like certain specific events, stuff like that. And then, so I'll jump ahead to the middle of the file a lot of times. And also, again, this first one is pretty easy. So we'll just.
These are the men who took the cliffs. These are the champions who helped free a continent. These are the heroes who helped end a war. Gentlemen, I look at you and I think of the words of Stephen Spender's poem. You are men who in your, quote, lives fought for life and left the vivid air signed with your honor. I think I know what you may be thinking right now. Thinking we were just part of a bigger effort. Everyone was brave that day. Well, everyone was. Do you remember the story of Bill Millen of the 51st Highlanders?
So this one, I think I not only know the president, I think I know the speech.
Oh, wow. You know the speech too? Okay, yeah. So first of all, who was the president?
That's Ronald Reagan, the great communicator. I'm fairly certain that was his 40th anniversary speech for D-Day, the Boys of Point to Hawk speech.
I believe so. 1985 is this, or 1984. Yeah, it was 1984. Yeah, that was right.
These are the boys of Point to Hawk. That's the one line I always remember from that speech.
Wow, you get extra credit for that. You not only got the president.
There were still a little bit of context clues in there, but yeah, you skipped past the most famous part of it. So
I tried. So, was that a little distorted though? How did that sound on your end?
It was a little distorted, a little quiet still.
Okay. Yeah, so I can turn my microphone around and maybe I'll fiddle with some things.
It's tricky because of the way StreamYard works.
All right, so we've got the next one here. I'll skip ahead. Make sure that I have to do it like this. Yes, sorry. One moment. One moment.
Technology.
As long as you can't see the
associates and on mine for a great many months. Thoughts I had originally planned to say primarily to the American people.
This is one of the tricky ones.
I know that the American people share my
I think I know who it is.
That if a danger exists in the world, it is.
You want to guess?
So there's a couple presidents who sound similar, and this is one of them. It sounds like Ike, but I think it's William Howard Taft.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's Ike. Yeah. There's a lot of, I was surprised Ike's voice, and we're talking about Dwight Eisenhower here. Eisenhower is someone who has there's other presidents that sound like him, like you said, but there's also Supreme Court justices that sound like him. I noticed that Earl Warren and Berger, all these justices that you hear from these old, because I listen to a lot of oral arguments from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and they all kind of sound like this too. So I wonder if there's something about the microphones too. The microphones all make everybody sound the same back then. I don't know.
That's part of it, and also I think a lot of the really early ones, they had a very particular way of speaking because they were used to projecting for the crowds.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ike and Taft always sound similar to me, and Coolidge and Truman sound very similar to me.
See, to me, Truman is very different than the rest of them.
Yeah, once you get to JFK, I think they're all pretty unique. But those two, yeah, and I knew that Ike and Taft were ones I was worried I might mix up.
All right, well, let's go to the next one. At least you should get half a point for that. Okay. Oh, this one's going to be the clue for this next one might be the fact that it's so crappy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just I always forget I gotta add it on here. Okay. All right. Just a delay.
Yeah, I know this one.
Yeah,
one of my fellow Ohioans.
Yeah. Okay. So who is it?
That's Benjamin Harrison. Which is kind of funny for me that he is the earliest president for whom we have a recording, because he was the guy who was also afraid to touch the light switches in the White House.
He was, yeah. So that's from the 1890s, I believe. It was towards the end of his term, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember what speech. But it's only a short clip. That was the entire clip that we had. And yeah, you can barely understand what he's saying. If you go on YouTube, you can find I guess they went through transcripts and matched the words, so they have captions. But yeah, I'm going to bring this opportunity up to look at what some historians have said about what presidents sounded like, even though we don't have audio recordings of them. So first of all, George Washington, apparently he had a very low, breathy voice. And he definitely did not like talking in front of people. And so he mumbled a lot. This is like, one story I like to tell people is that when he first was inaugurated the first time, so 1789, there was somebody in the room who was just like, that was not a very inspiring speech. It was actually pretty bad. And so, yeah. And then another example of this is Thomas Jefferson. He was very soft-spoken, had a very apparently he was good with the vocal fillers. He had very few vocal fillers, but also not the best speaker, preferred to just write. He really moved people with his words on paper, not, in person. And also something that we need to bring up probably is that we didn't have an amplification for presidents until the end of the 1800s, and it was expensive then. So it wasn't more common until the early 1900s, where you had politicians who could actually be heard by people in person who were more than just a few feet away, standing away from. I remember I've been reading a lot recently about the Progressive Era, and there's you see this one guy standing just so people know that he's the one who's talking. If there's a huge crowd around him, and it's the vast majority of people who are there, they cannot hear this person. But you see Eugene Debs, he's really animated, or Theodore Roosevelt. And I don't think very many people who are actually present can hear a word that they are saying. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, there's a different skill set back then for what was needed to, and of course, a lot of people didn't do, at least the presidential candidates themselves didn't do a lot of campaign stops. They had people going out and doing that for them, but they did the front porch tours kind of thing. And Lincoln gave speeches, but they were typically off the back of a train for a small crowd that gathered at the train station, stuff like that.
Yep.
Different world as far as what you needed to do to be a politician.
Yeah, that's why William Jennings Bryan was such a big deal. He just went around and gave so many speeches, and everyone's like, what the heck why is he wasting his time doing this? Okay, so we're going to go back to it now. Number 4. Let me pull it up here. Okay, hold on. And this is another one too, where he sounds like other people.
Reaffirm my promise I made to you last December 6th to uphold the Constitution.
I think I got this one, but let it play.
Is right as God gives me to see the right, and to do the very best I can for America.
Yeah.
God helping me, I will not let you down.
Who is it?
As an Ohioan, I hate to even have to talk about the only Michigan president, but that sounds like Gerald Ford.
That was Gerald Ford, yeah. Yeah, he's another one who sounded to me like Berger, Justice.
Oh, yeah.
Berger, because there's also, it's the 50s to the 70s. It seems like so many people sounded the same.
What makes it hard, with Ford, what caught me off guard for a minute is I don't know that I've ever listened to him speak without also seeing him at the same time. So that part of my brain was well, I think that's Ford, but I don't know, because any other time I've heard him speak, I've seen him on the screen. One of our multiple presidents who does not have his birth name.
That's right.
Leslie Lynch King.
That really masculine name of Leslie. People in the chat were mad that I skipped right over John Adams, so I'm so sorry. I'll sprinkle these in here. So John Adams apparently, according to at least one account I could find, did have I guess what we call a New England accent. We usually think of John F. Kennedy with that really thick New England accent, but also, I don't want to give these away because I'm going to help you for later on in this quiz, but Calvin Coolidge had that New England accent as well. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit skeptical of that because that's in the late 1700s.
Right. I was going to say, what was a New England accent in the 1700s wouldn't be my understanding is that that accent at the time would have sounded almost Irish to us today.
Yeah.
And in fact, if you watch the John Adams series, you hear some of those guys talking that way. And the Southern accent was closer to what a Midwestern accent would be today.
Are you familiar with the Tidewater accent?
Yes. Yeah.
It's like, I always think of Virginia like this, like, so I think that's more, when I think about Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, William Henry Harrison, like, I just think of the Tidewater accent. Should we play like a clip of that for the, okay, I'm just gonna, I just Googled it on YouTube here. Let's see if we can, okay, this video says, all right, let's try this. This says TV spokesman with Tidewater, Virginia accent. Let's see if this works.
I'm Bill Fanny, and I'd like to talk to you about financial security in your retirement years.
There's Thomas Jefferson.
Specializes in converting your home equity into cash with a reverse mortgage, a government-insured program. It's a safe way to tap into your home equity, and it's easy to qualify. Just need to be 62 or older and be a homeowner with ample equity in your home. With a reverse mortgage from Seniors First, you retain ownership and never.
Do you think that's accurate for the time?
It could be. It's really interesting because it's got elements of a Southern accent, but it's not a Southern accent. It's really unique.
Yeah, it's I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Like, that's the other thing. I really wish we could go back and listen to what they sounded like. I do know that in terms of like John Adams and John Quincy Adams, I would say were more passionate, had more fiery speeches compared to Jefferson and Washington and really the other Virginia guys. That's, I mean, whenever you, I think we always think about Daniel Webster in that category as well as a famous senator who was just, he wasn't necessarily like, he was just really moving the way that he was able to talk and keep people's attention, even though he gave a 2-hour-long speech, you know. And I know John Quincy Adams also was just, he was witty. Like he was kind of like Mark Twain, just had, I don't know, still kind of uppity sense of humor where it's like, like I would say the country folks wouldn't understand, but those and, you know, the elites would be like, John Quincy Adams. Anyway, okay, so let's go back to this. Number 5. So this one is, I will tell you, it's a very informal setting. Okay. He's just talking on the phone to somebody else who's famous. So you get extra credit again if you could say both people in the phone conversation. All right. Let's pull this up. Oh, it's all out of order. All right, here we go. All right.
Two things. Apparently some lawyer in justice is lobbying with the Pope.
I got the first one. Let's see if we can figure out who it is.
Income for this presidential commission, which we think would be very bad, and put it right in the White House. And we can't be checking up on every shooting scrape in the country, but they've gone to the Post now to get them an editorial, and the Post is calling up saying they're going to run an editorial if we don't do things. Now, we're going to do two things, and I want you to know about it. One, we believe that the way to handle this is, as we said yesterday, your suggestion that you whatever facilitates your command and making a full report to the Attorney General, and then they make it available to the country in whatever form may seem desirable, as well as President. Second, well, the state is a state matter too.
Who he's talking to, though?
About it, mess it up, and I think that these two are trained organizations, and the Attorney General of the state holds courts of inquiries every time a law is violated. And
I haven't heard the other guy talking.
The FBI makes these investigations. I want you to know that. You ought to tell your press man that that's what's happening, and they can expect.
So your president. So he's talking to
the car. The Attorney General of Texas to make an announcement this morning. Of a state inquiry, and that you can offer him your full cooperation, and vice versa. He'll do it with you. Right? We'll both work together. And any influence you got with the Post to have point out to them that you don't want too many things, and it's just picking out a Tom Dewey lawyer from New York and sending him down on new facts. This commission thing, Mr. Hick.
Yeah, well, it's definitely LBJ.
Okay.
Who he's talking to.
Yeah, I forgot that he didn't really say much, and you could barely hear him because I think it's my speakers, but the guy he was talking about was J. Edgar Hoover was the guy he was talking to.
Oh, he's talking to Hoover. Okay. That crossed my mind at some point in that conversation, but I never heard it enough. It just seemed like obviously the presidents all had to keep Hoover on their good side at that time.
Congratulations to Vice President John Nance Garner for getting it correct. LBJ and J. Edgar. We again, if you're just joining us, we have Chris here from Vlogging Through History, who is just guessing the president with really crappy audio quality. That's all he has to go off of, and so far he's got 4.5 out of 5.
LBJ is a pretty easy one. I don't think there's anybody that really sounds like him too much.
See, I feel the same way. I feel the same way about Harry Truman. I think he's just in a category all his own, but maybe it's just because I've listened to him so much over the years. Okay, so moving along here, before we move on to the next one, Andrew Jackson. How do you think Andrew Jackson sounded?
Oh, I don't think I've ever read how he sounded. And what is interesting is how many times people make an assumption about what a president must have sounded like, and they don't. Yeah. Like Jackson, you just figure he's got like this rough kind of country, Tennessee, North Carolina thing going on. So I guess that's probably what I'd go with.
Yeah, I really don't think anyone knows. Obviously he was passionate and fiery, kind of like probably Daniel Webster in his own way. But yeah, was it more of a rural accent? I am skeptical of that. That he maybe has this southern backwoods accent. I don't know. I think it was definitely more raw in comparison to previous presidents, no doubt. But I just can't. I have a hard time imagining what he sounded like, and if his voice was deep or higher. There was conflicting evidence on that. So if you know, let us know in the chat if you've ever listened to Andrew Jackson speak. Maybe
somebody said he sounds like Jed Clampett.
Jed Clampett. Okay. Yeah, it's like if you died and went to hell and you had a conversation with Andrew Jackson and you came back. What did you? I'm sorry, heaven. I meant to say heaven. Okay. Okay. Moving on. We've got. This one's also older. Just I'll give you that hint.
I land down the cloud and make the basis of legislate 24 people on every question. We are speaking of the aid or consent of any other nation on earth. Upon that issue, we expect to carry every single...
I think I know this one, and I live right down the street from where he grew up.
I shall not slander the fair state of Massachusetts, nor the state of New York, by saying...
Yeah, I got this one.
States will declare our helpless differences.
All right, who do you think it is?
I live in Poland, Ohio, and about a quarter mile from me on my street is the boyhood home of William McKinley, and I think that's William McKinley.
No.
No.
Grover Cleveland. But see,
I didn't think we had a Cleveland recording.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's debated, and that's so a strong.
See, that's what threw me off. I didn't think there'd be a Cleveland.
Yeah, it's And also with that music before, kind of is a little sus to me. I don't know. So take it with a grain of salt, everyone. But a lot of people have posted this audio online, and
what made me think it was McKinley is when McKinley talked, and he's the only one who's from where him and Garfield are the only two from where I live. McKinley did that kind of the way he talked with the way he rolled his R's. And
yeah.
I heard that and thought it was McKinley.
It very well could be McKinley, and all these people online have been misattributing.
Well, it might not even be that. It just might be that's that time period, the 1890s, and a lot of people spoke very similar when they did speeches.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, and I think the next one that will be coming that sounds like McKinley might just be McKinley. So we'll leave it there. Before we get there, though, I think the next president we don't have any recordings for that we haven't mentioned yet and going in order is Martin Van Buren, who spoke Dutch. He was
only president whose first language was not English.
Exactly. So we assume it was a Dutch influenced accent, at least slightly. Mm-hmm. And I read there was apparently this distinct dialect of they call it the Hudson Valley dialect, which I didn't know was a thing. So not the people that you had the Dutch who initially settled at New Amsterdam, and then a group of them apparently moved further north up the Hudson to settle, and then that's how Albany got started and all that. Apparently, they have their own little distinct. So if you're from that part of the country, Albany area, let us know in the chat if there is such a weird dialect there. That's
and even all the way up to during the Revolutionary War. I mean, Albany and that part of New York was still very rural and still dealing with like Native American incursions into their settlements and things like that. So it was very much on the frontier, even though it wasn't that far up the river from New York City.
Yeah.
So they probably were isolated and developed their own accent.
Absolutely. More and more we're losing those distinct accents because everyone's so connected these days. Yeah. All right. Next one is I got to skip ahead because it might give it away if I play the beginning of the file. This is the one that surprises. It surprises me every time I still hear it. But when I first heard it, I was like, "That's him, really?" Mm-hmm. So maybe that was a hint. I don't know. But let's go ahead and play the file. Getting better at this.
Their real beliefs by the way in which they champion every device to make the nominal rule of the people a sham. I am not leading this fight as a matter of aesthetic pleasure. I am leading because somebody must lead, or else the fight would not be made at all. I prefer to work with moderate, with rational conservatives, provided only that they do in good faith strive forward towards the light. But when they halt and turn their backs to the light, sit with the scorners on the seats of the nice. Company with.
Yes. That's Teddy Roosevelt.
Who does a really good TR is Tom Berenger played him in a movie.
Thank goodness you didn't say Robin Williams. Okay.
No, gosh, no, that's what everybody else says. No, Tom Berenger did a good, and he had that cadence and that voice about him that was very unique. Everybody thinks Theodore Roosevelt had a deep voice, just like they think Lincoln must have had a deep voice, and no, not at all.
Yeah, no, that's why it surprised me, but sure enough, you got it, and I think even to this day, if it was me trying to guess, I don't think I would have got it right.
I only know that because I had read that so many times that his voice was not what people expected it to be.
Yeah. Okay, so before we get to the next one, William Henry Harrison, probably similar to the other Virginia presidents, although maybe what we call now a mid-Atlantic accent. So when we talk about mid-Atlantic, we're usually talking, if you're familiar with the show Frasier, how they talked, maybe is and some people still have that accent. It's still seen as kind of elitist, that form of, and then John Tyler, probably a similar accent to William Henry Harrison, still very.
All those Virginians,
Yeah. Have you ever read about James K. Polk's accent?
No, but I mean, again, I guess we're talking about born in North Carolina but lived in Tennessee, so I would
similar to Jackson, maybe.
Yeah, I was going to say I would think it'd have to be just like Jackson, or at least the accent would be similar to Jackson's.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I found that was more definitive was that he was a calmer speaker, more mellow, did not get all fired up. That maybe Andrew Jackson did. So, but yeah, I couldn't find much information at all about any of these presidents as far as like how deep or high their voices were.
It's interesting that people,
other than Lincoln,
people didn't think to write that down about someone so important as the president, like they did. Like a lot of people described Lincoln's voice and what he sounded like, but I don't think I've ever read about most of those other presidents.
Well, maybe because they never anticipated that we'd be able to record voices. Who knows?
That's true.
People won't care about this sort of thing in the future. They won't care what people sound like or what they look like. Oh, yeah. Okay. Moving on with we're up to number 8. And this one, I will say, I briefly mentioned him earlier, so I'll leave it at that. Okay. Sorry. Here we go. Skip ahead.
Everyone to work for a certain part of his time for the government. When we come to realize that the yearly expenses of the governments of this country, the stupendous sum of about $7,500,000,000, we get $100 million is needed by the national government.
Okay.
And by local governments. Such a sum is difficult to comprehend.
You think you got it?
It sounds like Coolidge, but it sounds like Coolidge when he's older.
It was Coolidge, and it was when he was president, though.
Oh, was when he was president.
Yeah, that was. There's actually color footage of him with this speech.
I was going to say Coolidge is the first one for whom I have seen a video with audio of him speaking. I don't know if that's the case, but that's the earliest one for which I've seen.
That's true. Yeah, it's from 1924, and he was awkwardly like reading off these cards.
Mm.
You could tell not comfortable at all.
See, he sounds similar to Truman to me, even though Truman's got a very distinct voice. But if I was to compare him to anybody, Truman, which is weird because we're talking about a guy from New England and a guy from Missouri.
I want to say congratulations to the comments because, like, overwhelmingly, you all have got it correct.
I didn't even. Oh yeah, I just looked at that.
Yeah, like if you go back and see, they've been guessing these. I don't know how they're doing it. Maybe they have an app or something they put up like
I should have done that. I didn't know you could do that.
Okay, before we get to the next one, so Zachary Taylor, I think as a general, kind of he learned to really to speak loudly. We have accounts of that. He was called Rough and Ready. Was his nickname by his troops. He was belovedly called that. But in terms of his actual accent,
another Virginian who lived in Kentucky later,
moved around a lot. Like throughout his adult life. So I would assume it was fairly similar to probably William Henry Harrison, but maybe a little bit more.
And Harrison was also a general, so yeah, I would think that's who I'd probably compare to each other. Those two.
Yeah. So, but maybe fewer big words. And then next up after that, we got Millard Fillmore.
Oh, New York.
So there was one account that I found that said he had a nasally voice.
Interesting. I can see that.
Yeah, like he was kind of, I would say, a comparable accent to probably, well, we don't know if that's actually Grover Cleveland, but we heard the Grover Cleveland clip earlier. And that's what, from what I could gather, maybe somewhat like Grover Cleveland, in New York, but not
both from Buffalo, right? I mean, from the Buffalo area. I mean, Cleveland was born in New Jersey, but he had been, was he mayor of Buffalo, Cleveland?
He spent most of his life, I believe, in Buffalo,
and that's where Millard Fillmore's from. So yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
Or his adult life, at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why I put one and one together there. Okay. So this next one I have up for you is another easy one. Let's just get right to it. This is from an interview from after he was president. If you can guess the other person, that's also extra credit.
I'm hiding the comments so I don't see what people say.
Yeah, I know it's tempting to.
Well, I kept our country at peace. You know, I never sent a soldier into battle. I never bombed anybody. I
very distinct.
Negotiated peace for other people, like in the Mideast and Zimbabwe. And I promoted human rights to the utmost.
I think I've seen this interview.
If people 100 years from now remember me, I would like for them to connect peace and human rights to my.
I'll play the beginning, see if you can guess who the interviewer was.
Your own legacy.
Oh, that was Larry King interviewing Jimmy Carter.
That was very good. Yeah. So extra credit for you on that one. And
Carter's one of those. He's really easy because he's such a unique South Georgia voice.
Yeah.
Probably one of the presidents I most wish I could have met.
Yeah. Well, shoot.
And I years ago, I was down there because I was at Andersonville, the site of the Civil War prison, which is only a few miles from Plains, Georgia. And I looked on the website for his church because they actually would advertise what Sundays he was teaching Sunday school. So if people wanted to come, and he wasn't teaching Sunday school the week I was there. So, because I was hoping I'd get a chance to go sit in on that.
It's so funny. I thought about doing that myself. Like let's just maybe sit in on service with Jimmy.
That would have been a cool experience to have for sure.
I wonder how many people did that. I'm sure the church maybe had mixed feelings about that.
They did, but knowing Jimmy Carter, he probably sold it to them as this is a good thing. People are coming to church. It doesn't matter what the reason is. We're getting them in the door. And I think they would live stream their services on the weeks that he was there and stuff. Like, at least from looking at their website and the fact that they advertised when he was going to be teaching, they obviously must have adjusted to it. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Here's the next one. Number 10.
Recent events have imposed upon the patriotic people of this country
That's William McKinley.
damage to be greater than that of any since the Civil War.
To me, is one of the most fun.
The Civil War. Yeah.
So the way he talked, it kind of made me realize that I think accents have changed dramatically, and it's like since the beginning of the 20th century. And I don't know exactly why that is, but
listen to my accent. I can almost see where he grew up out my window. His boyhood home's a quarter mile from me. My great uncle built the house he was born in Niles, which my whole family's from Niles. So his birthplace is 3 miles from the house I grew up in. So about as close to his accent as you can get would be where I am. But it sounds completely different. I think a lot. That's why I wonder how much our modern accents shape how we think people sounded then, because we think Calvin Coolidge doesn't sound like John F. Kennedy to me. They're both from roughly the same part of the country. In fact, Coolidge was governor of Massachusetts, and to me, they sound very different. Coolidge sounds more like Truman from Missouri.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that Coolidge and JFK sound more similar, but perhaps that's because I'm from Kansas and no one around here talks anything like that. So
that's true. Yeah.
Similar. I wanted to bring up the fact that my president songs I made, there's only 3 president songs in which I incorporated audio clips of them into the song itself. And this is one of them, William McKinley.
Nice.
That same speech that you just heard, I don't remember the name of the speech, but a clip of that I put in my William McKinley song. And then I also have a Warren Harding audio clip in the song I made it about him. And then Donald Trump, I put a clip of him and his song. That was fun. So I think a lot of times, I think when I was going back and listening to my Warren Harding song, I also realized, oh crap, Warren Harding also sounds similar to William McKinley. He's also from that part of the country.
From Ohio, yeah. Grover
Cleveland sounds similar to him. Like so many of these Midwestern presidents who are also at the same time more privileged, I think all his sounded the same. And so I think we can kind of lump them all into that category. Okay. Number 11 here. We've got 6 more, I believe. And you're going to get this one. I can tell you right now, you're going to get this one. I probably shouldn't have added this one, actually, because it's too easy, but that's okay.
I'm hiding the chat again.
I don't remember which. Oh, gosh, dang it. I was going to skip over that. Hopefully you didn't.
I haven't heard anything yet.
Oh, good. Okay, good. It said his name right at the very beginning.
Oh, yeah, no, I haven't heard it.
You're still going to get it really easily.
Sometimes a simple...
I'm asking each of you to be pioneers towards that new frontier. My call is to the young in heart, regardless of age, to the stout in spirit.
I'm trying to figure out what speech it is.
Party, to all who respond to the scriptural call, be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid, neither be dismayed. That is the question of the new frontier.
Oh,
All
New Frontier, okay.
mankind waits upon our decision. Give me your help.
Is that the one at Rice University?
I believe that was 1961. This was in 1960, July 1960, and it's just called.
So this is during the campaign.
Yeah, when he was campaigning, and I believe it's just called the New Frontier speech.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, I figured that might give it away too.
You know, it's funny. Whenever I hear his voice now, my daughter, she watched this cartoon called Clone High. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
No.
It's all these clones of famous people, and one of them is John F. Kennedy. And the guy who voices that character does an exaggerated version of Kennedy's accent. But now, whenever I hear Kennedy, I can only think of that Clone High accent. Ask not what your country can do for you.
Well, The Simpsons, the mayor of Springfield, yeah, he's modeled after that. And then I had a shout out to Mr. Emmett, my 8th grade American history teacher, who used to do a really good impersonation of John F. Kennedy. And everybody was giggling after he did it.
I feel like Kennedy's got to be one of the most identifiable voices of a president. He had a very distinct Boston accent. So did his brother, for that matter.
Absolutely. All the Kennedys.
All of them, yeah, all the brothers, yeah.
Okay, so speaking of New England, Franklin Pierce, what we know about how he sounded is that he was soft-spoken and formal. That's all I could really find about him. James Buchanan, he had Scottish-Irish roots, so probably somewhat like that.
He's
Also
from Pennsylvania Dutch country, so from Lancaster.
Okay, that's right, Lancaster. Yeah.
So Lancaster, that southeastern Pennsylvania, has a very distinct, like they say, water instead of water.
Oh, yeah.
That's usually how you can tell somebody's from that, either Baltimore up through Philadelphia, that whole area. They say water very distinctly.
Motor oil.
Yeah.
He apparently also had a nasally voice, but also there's one account at least that said he had a high-pitched voice. So this is also, I think, around the 1850s, apparently. This is when people were like, let's just start writing down if their voices are a certain way. I don't know. We don't have any good records about presidents before this, but I noticed after Buchanan, we started to see more of those type of accounts. Okay, back to this one. This is an older one. This is a president. When I first came across it, it caught me off guard as well. Similar to when I first heard Theodore Roosevelt's voice, this one also. But this one actually, to me, has a very pleasant sound, and it's actually more modern than you would think. So with that, I'll go ahead and.
Pleased to admit that war has accomplished much in the progress of the world. I'm willing to admit that there are certain crises in the forward march of Christian civilization that perhaps could not have been met in any other way than by the sword. I'm willing to admit that war develops certain heroic traits.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
And furnishes a test for the evidence of the highest character.
All right, who do you think it
That's
is?
got to be the one I guessed earlier. That's Taft.
That is Taft. Very good. Yeah, so...
Yeah, because I did, a couple of years ago, I did a video where I was reacting to the voices of the presidents, and that Taft, in the middle of all the other presidents around him, sounded completely different. Like you said, he sounded much more modern. Like it's like he was out of place compared to the way the other ones spoke. Which is weird because he's from Ohio, and so is Harding, so is McKinley, but he doesn't sound like those guys.
Yeah, it's very distinct. To me, he sounds like Santa Claus. Like he's just someone like, oh yeah. So,
but to me, his accent sounds the most like Ike's. That's why I earlier thought it was him, because there's something about the way he says his R's that just sounds exactly like the way Ike said his R's at the end of words. I don't know, just throws me off.
Well, good job on that. Back to presidents that we don't have recordings of. We already briefly mentioned Abraham Lincoln, but again, a lot of what we know about, I think, Lincoln's voice today is, we talked about this before the live stream, is it comes from the movie Lincoln, starring Daniel Day-Lewis as Lincoln, who Daniel Day-Lewis is one of the greatest actors of all time. I think most people say he's one of my favorite actors.
Yeah.
He always really gets into the role he plays. He did a lot of reading and preparing for that role of Abraham Lincoln. he imitated his voice to the best of his knowledge from all of that reading, basically reading everything he could about what Lincoln sounded like.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's fairly accurate. Most historians would probably say, yeah, that's probably about what he sounded like.
I think before him, for me, probably the best portrayal of Lincoln because of the voice. I think Sam Waterston did a pretty good Lincoln in Gore v. Dow's Lincoln. It was a TV movie. Similar thing, had kind of the higher one, but I feel like Daniel Day-Lewis has now ruined Lincoln for anyone else ever portraying him again.
It's hard to yeah, once you
because you're going to compare it. I mean, they did one on the History Channel about Lincoln, and I couldn't even watch it because the guy wasn't Daniel Day-Lewis, and he was so like he almost seemed like he was doing an impersonation of Lewis, which is unfair because Lewis did nail the accent so well and the voice. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that throws people off is the high-pitched sound of it. You always think of these great leaders and I know it's bad to have this stereotype, but a great leader having a deep booming voice, but no, it was a kind of a shrill voice.
It's funny to think about. I mean, consistently, probably the three presidents that typically get rated at or near the top with Washington, Theodore Roosevelt, Lincoln, all had voices that were not your typical masculine leader type voice. You know, Washington very quiet, and everybody said, you know, he didn't project a lot and mumbled, and then the other two having much higher voices than you expect. I think the only one of really kind of the really top rated presidents that the voice kind of fits what I would expect is FDR. You know, he had a very commanding voice, I always thought.
And he's someone we have so many recordings of. He was like, he was recording himself every day. So like,
yeah, he was he was one of the first to really effectively use the power of his speech on a regular basis like that.
Afterward, Americans demanded that they heard the president regularly. Okay, next one we've got. And this was recorded several years after he left office.
Okay.
So keep that in mind.
For the Arabs and divide Palestine. The Jews wanted to chase all the Arabs into the Tigris and Euphrates River, and the Arabs wanted to chase all the Jews into the Red Sea. And what I was trying to do was to find a homeland for the Jews and still be just with the Arabs. But when you go into a thing of that kind, the people you help most are the ones that get most angry with you.
I'm glad you mentioned it was after he was president because it took me a minute. But there are a couple of words that the way he said them that made me realize it was Truman.
It is Truman. Very good. Yeah.
Yeah, but he was very unique as well. And the more he talked, the more I was like, okay, yeah, I get it. And you know who played a really good Truman? I thought was Gary Sinise.
Gary Sinise.
Have you seen his portrayal of Truman? It was a TV movie about Truman.
Oh, the TV.
I think it was called Truman. Yeah.
I've seen clips from. I never saw the whole thing.
Yeah. If anything, he might have been a little too nasally with his portrayal, but I thought it was pretty good otherwise.
Okay. I mean, I'm 30 minutes away from Missouri, and a lot of folks around here talk like that. And he was not really that good of a speaker.
No.
Neither was Eisenhower. You go back and watch those clips, like, oh wow.
Well, and you're looking at two guys who really did not have a long background in politics. I mean, I guess Truman did. He was a judge, and then he got into politics, but he was a haberdasher before that, and both guys had a military experience on their resume. Truman's our last president to serve in ground combat.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Hard to believe. It's been almost 100 years. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Before we go to the next one, just a little bit about Andrew Johnson. What would you guess he sounded like?
See, he's East Tennessee. I mean, he had to have a Southern accent.
Yeah.
I would think slow speech, maybe a deeper voice, but definitely a Southern accent.
For some reason, I always think of Tommy Lee Jones, the actor, when I think of Andrew Johnson.
He looks like Tommy Lee Jones.
Looks like him, and I think he would have sounded like him. I think
okay.
Like of the Texas accent today, East Texas, not West. But yeah, he's from Tennessee, so maybe the only. I mean, we don't. I think I saw something where his voice was much lower than Lincoln and Buchanan, but We don't have as much information about what he sounded like. Unfortunately, we can just
I don't think I've ever read anything about what he sounded like.
Yeah,
I think about it.
All right, this next one is really easy, so we'll just get it over with. Let me. And plus it's hard not to find one where he mentioned context.
This hemisphere. It is no exaggeration to say that all of us in the Americas would be living at the point of a gun.
I'm trying to think of what speech this is.
With explosive bullets, economic as well as military.
It is definitely FDR.
The experience of the past 2 years has proven beyond doubt that no nation can appease the Nazis.
The Nazis. The Nazis. I like how he says that.
Tiger into a kitten by stroking it.
FDR has a very unique cadence to how he speaks.
With ruthlessness. There can be no reasoning with an incendiary bomb.
You're not going to probably.
We know now that a nation.
That was a fireside chat, and it was restored. So that's why it sounded so good too.
Yeah.
I thought it might throw you off a little bit, but that was from December of 1940. So before the war, about a year before the war.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, before the United States entered the war. Yeah. So Franklin,
even if you didn't hear his particular accent, just the cadence, the way he talked, like you can almost hear him like hanging on words as he goes to the next word. He's got a very unique way of speaking. I've always really liked him as far as how he spoke and how he communicated. I thought he was one of the better ones of the 20th century.
Oh yeah, a genius at communication. That's a big reason why people trust him so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he knew how to talk. Unlike the two presidents after him, again, and they were like Roosevelt was an insider. Truman and Eisenhower were outsiders, as we said. Okay, the next one here, before we get to that, Ulysses Grant. Any insights onto what he sounded like?
I've read something about it, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I mean, he's southwestern Ohio, but then lived in Missouri for a while. People think of him from Illinois, but he lived in Illinois for like a year of his life. He lived in Ohio and Missouri way longer. Southwestern Ohio is more of like a Kentucky accent. So I feel like there's probably, like, to our ears, he probably would have had a twinge of a Southern accent. But as far as the pitch of his voice, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I read that he had a monotone voice. That was interesting. I also a soft, not the best speaker, but I guess as a general, I guess that's the thing that surprised me the most, because all the other generals had kind of more assertive voices, and apparently Grant did not.
Well, one of the things I've read about Grant is that people on their first impressions of him were surprised that this was the great general who had won all these victories, because he didn't put off an aura of being a strong military commander. But then as you got to know him, you started to see that. So he definitely didn't make a strong first impression in that way.
Smaller guy too, especially standing next to Lincoln.
Yeah. I think Grant was 5'7", 5'8", something like that. About the height of Napoleon.
Okay. You ready for the next one?
Yeah.
This one might be a little trickier.
I'm going to hide the comments. There we go.
My countrymen, the first flaming torch of Americanism was lighted in framing the federal Constitution in 1787. The Pilgrims signed their simple and majestic covenant a full century and a half before